Okay, so I'm back. Well, we're back. What am I supposed to do? Remove the moon from the statue?
Ooh, odd little contraptions, aren't they? It seems the statue vanishes once the moon is removed, which, incidentally, can only be done at night. Why don't you hold on to that one for now, and I'll explain more as we walk.
Revelio.
Ever since that fateful day in the village, those curious statues have begun appearing about the castle. A fair number have been strewn around Hogsmeade. Someone, it seems, is trying to torment me. You see, that day in Hogsmeade, I turned a corner and came face to face with a boggart, or shapeshifter, if you will, which takes the form of whatever scares you most. This one took the form of a demiguise.
A demiguise?
Yes. Terrifying creature that can see the future. Wholly unnerving. I encountered one when I was a lad in Korea. Terrible experience. Those statues are demiguises.
Demiguises?
The moons, I assume, are an uninspired play on my name. Some jackanapes used a boggart to learn my greatest fear and use it against me. I have my suspicion as to the scoundrel or scoundrels responsible. It is my hope that they will slip up and reveal themselves as the statues disappear. That is why I need your help in removing the statues.
Why me?
A couple of reasons, frankly. First, your daring do against those trolls in Hogsmeade has gained you a reputation for fearlessness. Second, as macabre and hideous as a demiguise is, most would find my fear of them unwarranted. You, however, have seen how they affect me. I'm at my wit's end, young friend. I simply can't bring myself to go near them. In fact, I know of two statues right here in the faculty tower. Perhaps you could start simply by removing them, so I can go about my evening duties.
Hey, Joey. Yeah, so I was supposed to be live probably an hour ago. Or, well, yeah, probably an hour, maybe 90 minutes ago. But I lost power, so I was without power for like a good hour plus for a while. So power came back probably about 20 minutes ago or so. So I wasn't sure if I was gonna bother streaming because I wasn't sure if, like if it was gonna stay up or if I was gonna lose power again. But I guess we're good now, or I'm gonna try. We'll see. I think most of the storm has passed, so it's just raining now.
I'd be glad to help you, Mr. Moon.
Oh, I knew I could count on you. First, you know how to cast a disillusionment charm, correct? You'll want to do that before wandering the tower at night.
Yeah, it was raining really bad.
Next, you'll notice that the door is locked. However will you get in? Alahamora, that's how.
But what about curfew?
Curfew? Oh, tosh. I sense you're a bit like me when I was your age. Oh, the school was my oyster. And I took advantage of it. Oh, everyone loved me for it. Oh, those were the days. Now, you'll find one statue in the prefect's bathroom and the other in the hospital wing. Good luck. Oh, and thank you.
Yeah. I'll say, you know, I'm surprised that the core parking video that I did got as many views as it did so quickly. The last two videos that I've uploaded on my channel have been probably two of the most successful videos that I've ever created, surprisingly. So it seems like the 7950X3D was a pretty good investment in terms of the content, so in terms of growing the channel. So I'm actually kind of glad that I ended up getting one of those. Because I was kind of debating it. Because originally my plan was to get the 7800X3D, but then when I saw that you could simulate other CPUs by disabling cores, disabling CCDs and that sort of thing, then I thought, okay, well this thing's actually going to end up being more versatile in terms of being able to test different sort of scenarios with it. So that's why I ended up ultimately getting one of those. So I guess now I'm all set. I don't need to get another CPU for a good while. What does he want me to do? Approach and interact with, oh, the Aloha Mora. This one? Expelliarmus. Oh, this. Oh, you just need to walk. Oh, Aloha Mora is how you open the doors, the locks.
Aloha Mora.
Oh, it ends up being a puzzle. What do I do? I use the L and R to move. Huh? What am I supposed to do? It's kind of weird. Use the L and R to move the sparks and rotate the dials until both corresponding gears are activated to... Oh wait. What? Yeah, because I think a lot of... I was surprised. I was surprised how many people don't actually know what core parking is. In fact, it made me think that... I think I have a video from a long time ago that actually shows core parking on a old AMD FX 8350 and an Intel Core i7 or a Core i5 3570K, or maybe it was a Core i7 4770K. I know I've looked at core parking a long time ago, like probably 8 or 9 years ago. It's been a long time. So when I saw all this stuff about people talking about core parking and thinking that core parking is something that AMD created out of the blue for the 3D V-Cache CPU, I thought, oh man, these people are completely misled. They really don't understand like basic things about power savings and operating systems. Core parking has nothing to do with the CPU. It's an operating system function. So when I saw that, I'm like, no, I have to make a video about this because that's just spreading misinformation. I really don't know how that became a thing, like how that even started. Retrieve the demiguy's moon in the prefix bathroom. Oh wait, oh, I have to go through here.
Aloha Mora.
Yeah, but it's basically power savings is what it is.
Revelio.
But yeah, I plan to do some tests. I want to do some videos comparing. I don't know. I'm interested to see how much of a performance loss in productivity the 3D V-Cache CPU has compared to the standard 7950X, if anything. Because from what I've seen, it's really like either not noticeable for things like video rendering. Ultimately, the only reason why it's slightly slower in video rendering for productivity is because it literally runs slower than the standard CPU. Just like that second CCD with the V-cache just doesn't boost as high. That's the only reason why. And the power consumption is lower as a result of that.
Revelio.
Wait, so I need to retrieve... So these are now I'm able to start. Wait, casting Revelio reveals authority figures and enemy locations.
Revelio.
Wait, what? But yeah, like the power... Man, I'm impressed by the power consumption on the 3D CPU. It's significantly lower. Now I know you can make the...
Aloha Mora.
I know you can make the, This doesn't want to open for some reason. There we go. I mean, you can enable eco mode. You can do stuff on the standard CPU to make it just as energy efficient as the V-cache. But the only thing is, you know, when you do that, then it just doesn't perform as well as it would at stock, unless you have to apply curve optimizer settings to it. But it's just one of those things where it's like the 3D one just seems more efficient from the start, and you can also still use curve optimizer on it. We'll probably talk a little bit about what you can and cannot do with the... I just realized that I'm like in a completely different part of the castle that I normally don't go to.
Revelio.
How are your students getting along this year?
Rather poorly, I'd say.
Is that so?
We're raising a generation of coddled cape flappers that can scarcely tell the difference between aconite and asphodel.
Yes, well, it's still early. Perhaps they'll improve.
You say that every year, Matilda.
Am I supposed to go in this room? No, they'll definitely notice if the door opens. Yeah, this is like the teachers area. I think this is like the professors only. Oh, wait, there's a student. Is that a hall monitor? What is this? Whoops. We might go over... Oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That had better not be another student, I hear.
Oh, that better not be another student, I hear. Okay. Just get away from him. Yeah, this area is...
Aloha Mora.
Wait, treasure chest can have this stuff on it too? This is the weirdest magic thing I've seen in a game. It's kind of strange. It's interesting, but it just feels out of place. Oh, I can do that one now too.
Confirm.
But how do I get that?
Leviosa.
Wait, not Levioso. I need this one. Oh, okay, that's how you do that. Wait, there's a student right there? Oh, I guess I am going the right way. But there was like a stairs over there.
Revelio.
Oh, great. Is that guy gonna go? I didn't expect this game to have so many Metal Gear Solid sequences. Non-violent, stealth missions.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before.
Revelio.
Oh, this is the hospital room?
Well, I suppose I should begin my rounds now.
I suppose Professor Black knows best.
Oh no. Oh
I'm
no.
terribly disappointed about Quidditch.
What?
I had planned to bet a few galleons on Hufflepuff this season.
Wait a minute, there's like a...
This must be the prefect's bathroom.
Oh, this is one of the rooms. I somehow skipped this one. There. Oh, this looks like Slytherin or Raven. What? Why are there like all these students in here?
Wouldn't be so combative if the ministry would allow them to have one of those goblins. My marks in Professor Hecat's class are superb. I don't think that's what that's for.
Well, that's one of them.
Alone. How dare you speak to a prefect that way? I'm a prefect too, you twit.
Revelio.
Sneaky house point. You know you can't
Oh, no. I'm out of here. What? There's a student right there.
You are to be remanded at once.
What? I don't understand this. Why are there students in here if this is supposed to be teacher area? So wait, I only have to get the one that I'm missing. Hold on, since I learned how to run while invisible, can I just run past all this stuff? Oh, there's just a guy right there. No. Okay, we'll go this way then. What's over here? Wait, this goes like all the way down. Return to the quest area. What is this, battlefield?
I suppose Professor Black knows best, but the students are terribly disappointed about Quidditch being...
Ravenclaw would not have been that. Not this year, anyway.
I'm partial to Hufflepuff myself. What was that?
What was what?
Oh, great.
Whole of the human condition.
How's that?
Well, all of the teamwork and flying about and the golden snitch. Rather a lot like life, isn't it?
Oh, I suppose I should pay closer attention at the next match, if there ever is one.
I suppose you should.
I just need to get out of here now. I don't think there's any students in this area.
Revenue.
Oh yeah, there is. There's still one right there. This guy isn't even looking over here though. What's this? Level 2. I think we're done.
Hello, Mr. Moon. I have the moons you asked me to collect.
Oh goodness, you're as fearless as I'd hoped. An excellent start. If we can collect more, it may shed some light on who's behind all this. Of course, I first suspected Peeves. He drove the previous caretaker, Rancorous Carp, to an early retirement with his intolerable buffoonery. But that does not explain the boggart in Hogsmeade, does it? No. I am determined, with your help, to discover the identity of my tormentor.
It's definitely intriguing. I'd like to help you solve this mystery.
You, my friend, are a gentle person and a scholar, and I have something to offer in exchange for your assistance. Now, remember, the moons are only retrievable at night. Thus, I encourage you to use a disillusionment when necessary.
How many statues are there to find?
I don't know precisely, but I've spotted dozens. Seems they're everywhere I look. You have your work cut out for you, if you were to ever unravel their meaning.
You mentioned offering something in exchange for my assistance.
I did. Once you've brought me enough moons, I'll show you even more powerful forms of Alohomora. Not every lock is as easy to pick as the faculty towers.
Okay, so that means that the level 3s, the level 2 and the level 3 locks are going to be probably like 3 or 4 circles.
Understood. I shall keep an eye out.
I appreciate that. Oh, and I knew you were the one to ask for help. Keep at it so we can solve this mystery.
Okay, well that was that one.
Revelio.
Quest started the man behind the moons? Return. Oh, there's 9 of them. So I can get Alohomora 2 and 3. Wait, I can already do that right now. Can't I?
Hello, Mr. Moon.
Oh, greetings! Any luck removing some
Oh, I
more
gotta
of
get the
those demigod
statues.
Statues?
Wait, do I have any?
I'm sorry to say I haven't found any more.
Oh, how unfortunate. I was hoping you'd found them and removed those blasted moons.
Where should I look for more demiguise statues and moons?
All of my usual haunts, which incidentally have now become quite haunting. Here in the castle, in Hogsmeade, and believe it or not, in
Hogsmeade?
some of the surrounding hamlets. Oh, my tormentor is nothing if not thorough. Kept me from all my usual engagements for an eternity now.
I'll keep an eye out for more demiguise statues and see if I can bring you more moons.
You are to be commended for your bravery and valor, especially since they can only be collected at night.
Well, if they can only be collected at night, I should probably do them like right now. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to teleport to Hogsmeade and look for them, because they're probably around here. Yeah, one thing I will say, like the voltage, like if you're gonna, if anybody wants to. Oh, you're setting up a Z790 Maximus Hero right now? Any reason in particular why you're setting up the Maximus Hero?
Alohomora.
What was wrong with the master?
Revelio.
This lock opened into a room. It opens up a house that didn't have any of the hidden items. You've been having nothing but issues with all the new BIOS updates for the master? I'm sorry to hear that. Like I haven't updated mine to whatever the latest one is. Mine's still on, I think, FHI or no, what is it? F6I or H or whatever that one was.
A young student might need. Thank you again for delivering those potions to Madame Lawing. Saved me a lot of time and trouble.
Revelio.
Wait a minute. That house has like a bunch of stuff in there.
Ah, hello. And how would one like to be styled today?
This is actually the first time I've even been in here. I didn't even know that, okay, this is where you can redo your hairstyle. Wait, this has no trait. This is significantly better. Look like a bard from The Witcher. With this outfit. F5 onward, you can't use XMP. Really? Oh, you know what? Maybe there's something over here. Oh wait, I don't know if I want to go in there. I think this is the graveyard. Yeah, at night. Wait, hold on.
Revelio.
potion. Oh, I can't open those yet. Usually the graveyard at night has bad things happening. What's this? The Tomb of the Villager? So what happens when you try to set XMP? It just doesn't load the profile? It doesn't apply any of the changes? I don't think I've ever had a problem where I can't load the XMP profile. Or what does it do? Does it let you load it, but then it doesn't actually train and keep those settings?
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade. Mine now, guys.
Oh, that was just like right there. Just walk into this building and it's like literally right there. Oh, who's this guy?
Revelio.
Get stuck on C11.
Welcome to the Og's Head. Any empty seat is yours.
New instruments are expensive, you know.
Do you step through every single BIOS? It only works on the old one? What's the one that it works on? It's probably whichever one I'm on. Like F5 or F3 or something.
Ah, it's always nice to see a familiar face.
See, I kind of want to hold on to these because these have actual trait abilities.
Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help.
F4. Okay, I think I'm on F3H or F3I or something. I forgot what I'm on like a really old one that might not even be on their website anymore. But it's old, so I wouldn't recommend it because I know like they added a bunch of stuff. And I'm not even really doing much with like trying to run the RAM really fast either. At least not yet. Why can't I jump over that? Oh, here's another one.
Hello, Hamura.
Revelio.
This doesn't have a trait. This one is better than what I have. I can go back and sell that one. The legendaries have good sell value or resale value. Yeah, I don't know. So when it loads, it just doesn't load the XMP profile though. That's wait, this guy doesn't sell anything. Well, I guess we're going over here.
Hello there, come on in. Plenty to look at here.
I don't need this. Wait, no, I don't need these anymore. Man, those sell for 200 gold.
Let me know if there's anything else I
Alright,
can
Joel,
do.
I'm just trying to get through this game because tomorrow I'm gonna start the Wolong playthrough. I'm pretty sure what's gonna happen to me is I'm going to end up finishing Wolong before I finish this game.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
I can't open that one either. I can't open this one. Oh, it's starting to become daylight. I won't be able to find those things during the day. So I'll have to move on to doing something different. Wait, what? Who's this?
Revelio.
Oh, I thought I was in here before. What's weird is like sometimes YouTube will tell me that there's nobody watching, but then like people will be typing messages, but YouTube says I have like 0 viewers, and then all of a sudden it'll jump to like 4 or 5 viewers, just out of nowhere. Wait, this is a door? This actually goes somewhere? Where is it? Whoa. Oh, this goes above that building? Oh, okay.
Hello, Hamura.
Well, this actually became useful. The only problem is, I don't know if I should open this, because if there's like a... If there's one of those moon owl things, and I can't get it because it's during the day... Shows 1 right now, but I think there's more. Yeah, well, it was jumping around. It says 1.
What do we have here? A demiguise.
Joel joined. But it doesn't, it's like, oh, there it is.
Revelio.
Oh, I can't take, wait, what? No, that wasn't it. See, I can't take the moon. I can't take the moon until nightfall. So how do I... Is there a way to advance the time? Wait here to advance from day to night or night to day? Yes.
Fine now, demiguise.
So I literally sat in a room until... Wow. Okay, well that's one way to do it, but that's a really cheesy way to do this. One thing that I noticed that is different between the 3D CPU and the non-3D, so the max V-core on the CCDs is actually different. So like the V-core on the standard die can go up to like, I think 1.4. I noted it down earlier. So the Ryzen 9 7950X, the CPU's VID limit is 1.475 volts, but that's like really, really high. So that's something that you would not want to do like static. But the VID limit on the non-Vcache CCD on the X3D CPU is 1.4 volts. And then the voltage on the Vcache CCD is 1.2 volts. So it's significantly lower on the Vcache one. And that's the reason why it doesn't boost as high. And that's the reason why, like in productivity, there is potential for a loss in performance for like something like video rendering. I've been meaning to do a video. I'm probably gonna do a video showing like side by side 7950X versus 7950X 3D in DaVinci Resolve rendering to see how much of a trade-off there is. But you know what? Honestly, I really don't think it's that significant of a loss in speed in terms of rendering. I mean, I've seen like the Adobe Premiere results, but I don't use Adobe Premiere, so I don't really care about those results because I don't use that program. Is there a more updated chipset driver for Intel, or do you just get it from the motherboard manufacturer's website? For AMD, it's better to go to AMD's website and get the so the Intel ones is going to be on the motherboard manufacturer's website, and then the AMD one, honestly, I've always just used the motherboard website also for both. The only time I've ever actually used AMD's website was for this, specifically for this X3D CPU, to get the latest chipset, because I wasn't sure if Gigabyte had updated their website yet. I guess I could have looked, but I didn't bother to. Hi, Ashish. Yeah, if you're referring to the, like the videos I did on clearing up the core parking, because, you know, a lot of people reached out to me on the core parking video. Man, I've never seen any of my videos, like, explode in terms of the viewers within the first 24, even within the first, in the first 6 hours, first 12 hours that video went up. And, like, tons of people are just like, you have a 3600 and 6700 XT and 16 gigs of RAM, but you're getting frame drops in between. Frame drops in what? In this game, Hogwarts Legacy? I can tell you, if you're playing this game at 1080p, or, well, I mean, even at 1080p, the 16 gigabytes of system RAM is the reason why. This game needs, like, this game recommends 32 gigabytes of system RAM. And that's the thing, like, with more system RAM, it's not going to have any kind of stuttering. Yeah, 1080p Ultra. Yeah, I did a video. I have a video showing 6700 XT at 1080p. I believe it's 1080p. This area is the most CPU intensive part of the game. Yeah, no, yeah, this is the hardest place to run. So basically, all the benchmarks, like, all those videos I did for Hogwarts Legacy is from this part of the game, because this is the most demanding part of the game. But the thing is, what I also do in those videos, I also do leave Hogsmeade. I go outside. I go out into the field briefly and run around outside, just to show what the performance is like out in the field, where you're away from all the NPCs, you're away from the, you know, any sort of CPU-bound scenario from Hogsmeade. I literally go outside on purpose to alleviate any sort of CPU bottleneck when I go out here. So my video is, I tried to be thorough in that regard, to show both of that. Yeah. Yeah, the 6700 XT is not going to be limited on VRAM, though, at 1080p. But your system RAM with 16 gigabytes is not going to be an ideal amount for this game. This game really wants you to have 32 gigabytes of system RAM. Most likely it's with the RAM. You are running... Are you running... I assume you're running 2 sticks... Two DDR4 DIMMs, so you have like an 8 plus 8 for 16 for dual channel, because the other problem too could be if it's a single DIMM. Oh, are you playing the game on an SSD? That's another good point that Joel's bringing up. Yeah, 2 times 8. Okay, but it's still gonna be a kind of RAM limited. It's because these newer games, for some reason, I mean, the way I look at it is this game was not developed for like a PlayStation 4 or an Xbox One. This game was developed more for a PlayStation 5 and an Xbox Series X. And the thing is, even though those consoles only have 16 gigabytes of RAM, they're using a unified memory architecture. So there isn't any of this kind of latency on the console where it has to shift resources into VRAM, and it has to shift resources into system RAM. You know, it's all gonna be in the same pool. So the architecture on the console is going to be a little bit different, and that's, well, it's actually not a little different, it's fundamentally different. And that's kind of the reason why consoles don't tend to run into these kind of poor optimization issues unless the game was just straight up not made for consoles from the start. They don't have the massive RAM overhead of Windows either. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, but I don't really think that's the problem for this game. So if we're not playing it on an SSD, it will cause... Well, I don't think it will cause frame drops, but it will cause very, very poor loading. And it will also cause, like, texture pop-in. So, like, for example... When I'm like, you can see the ground, you can see, like, the stones on the ground, and then as I pan the camera out, so that it can see more further out into the distance, if you have a hard drive as opposed to an SSD, what tends to happen is when the game needs to stream in, like, textures into memory, and it has to pull some of that from the hard drive, it's gonna look really... you'll see something pop in. So, like, for example, this plant right here. So this plant that I'm walking into, you can see it, like, pop in. So, for instance, as I pan the camera around, if this is on a hard drive, you can see instances where the first time you load this area and you come into the... or you run toward objects, these objects, as they get closer to your viewpoint, they start popping in and out. So it looks very, not necessarily stuttering, but it looks very noticeable in terms of texture pop-in. Yeah. So that's a hard drive problem. Not really a problem, it's just that's how it behaves. Like in games, some textures take some time. Yeah, that's because it's on a hard drive. See, like for me, I don't have any of those problems because I'm running it on an SSD.
Sometimes.
So every time I load in, everything just appears seamlessly, and everything's just kind of there. So yeah, so texture pop-in is the result of using a hard drive, to having the game installed on a hard drive as opposed to an SSD. But in terms of the stuttering, it's probably the RAM. What I would suggest you do, check your system RAM. Like, when you have the game running, am I playing this on the Gen? No, I'm not using the. I'm not using that PC right now. So this is actually on a PCI Gen 3 SSD. Yeah, the Gen 5 is on the benchmark PC. The Gen 5 SSD. So right now, for those wondering, well, I mean, I kind of said it on the previous stream. But I'm literally just using my, traditional 7950X with this PC. The other PC over, like, you guys can't see it, but it's literally, like, to the right of me, at the other end of this room. That is where the PCI Gen 5 SSD is paired up with the 3D CPU. So the one I was using in the previous stream, that was the one with the Gen 5. Yeah, so I guess to answer, Joel, your question, so, like, anytime you guys see where the camera is different, and also you might notice the audio quality when I'm streaming with this camera viewpoint and with the 7950X, that this is basically the streaming PC. That other PC, it doesn't have as good of a camera. The camera's really, really old. And also, I'm using kind of like a mod mic bolted on to my headset, and that's the reason why my microphone audio on that PC doesn't sound nearly as clear as it does on this one. So I've been thinking, like, should I use that PC as a streaming one now that I technically have a 32-thread CPU on that PC, but I don't think so. Like, I think I'm probably just gonna leave things the way it is, or leave things the way they are. Because the whole point of getting that 3D CPU was so that anytime I do future content for, GPU comparisons, video game frame analysis, whatever, I'll use the 3D Vcache CPU for that. Since that's currently the fastest gaming CPU for most of what I've tested. You'll check the RAM? Yeah, check the RAM. Definitely check the RAM. Because when I tested the game, like back when it first launched, we could tell that the RAM, it was using a lot of system RAM. Modded mic? No, so this microphone that I'm using is not a modded mic. So the previous stream that you guys saw, so basically the day that I streamed when, I think it was Tuesday, right? Like when the 3D Cache CPU launched, that stream was on the modded mic. This one is actually on an Audio-Technica AT2020. So this one's actually a podcast microphone. The reason why it doesn't sound as good as podcasters, and I've been debating whether or not I should change my setup, is because the microphone is actually like, you guys can't see it, but it's literally like up here. It's like further away from me, and most podcasters would be like this close to the microphone, so the audio would sound like a lot better. See, so I'm thinking about doing that. Like, if you guys think I should do that so that the audio sounds more like a podcast type audio, like, let me know. If that sounds clearer or better, then I might do that. So, but then I'll have to figure out like how to rearrange the setup, because my microphone is on an arm that I literally have attached to the back of the monitor arm. And it's just kind of arched over my monitor, and it's just kind of hanging like right above the monitor, so it's not blocking my view of the game in front of me. So you don't need to be rich to play this game well if you have an Intel Arc decent GPU. Oh. Yeah, no, he was joking. But the thing is, oh, when did I start the channel? So when did I start the channel as a tech channel? So, the YouTube channel is actually really old, but, when did, I guess your question is, when did I start doing the technology type videos? To be honest, like, it's been a long time, but I was never actually really serious about trying to build a YouTube channel before, until Intel's Arc A770 launch. Like, literally, it was the Intel Arc A770 launch that got the ball rolling on building up this channel. Originally, it was supposed to start with the Zen 4 launch, but I don't know. Like, for some reason, I never filmed my PC build video upgrading from my 5800X to my 7950X. And because of that, I guess technically Intel Arc was the start of the whole like channel building up effort. Because I used to do more like gaming stuff, but now it's really focused heavily on the technology side. Because I do think that my engagement with the viewers tends to be better suited to the technology aspect of this channel as opposed to the gaming aspect. But it is nice to do the gaming piece too, because I think like that's kind of more, it's more laid back, it's more informal, you know, discussions with viewers on any kind of upcoming game or any sort of technology update, that sort of thing. So that's kind of what this channel's slowly turning into. That's what I noticed though. Subscribed to the channel yesterday. So do you do this as a part-time? Like you have a day job? Yeah, exactly. So obviously, like, this is not my main source of income, obviously, right? Like if I was doing YouTube, like full time as like a, I don't want to say career path, but like as an actual job or a way to earn like a decent living. Like, I would have to have Patreon, you know, I'd have to do all the things that you see, like, those bigger YouTube channels do, you know, like Harbor Unbox, for instance, with their, you know, like with sponsored content, or Patreon, and that's stuff for their viewers to donate to the channel, because that's really the only way that I'd be able to afford this stuff. Like, if I was literally doing this as, like, my only thing, there's no way, I'm just being straight up, like, there's no way I would have been able to buy this. There's no way I would have been able to buy, like, pretty much all the hardware that I bought in like the last 6 months. So yeah. What do I do? You mean like what's my day job? So I said this. So this question has come up a couple of times in the past. So I answered it on stream, I think at least twice, and then I think at one point someone else answered for me. So yeah, I worked in the IT industry. So I work on the more so on the network enterprise side as opposed to like the consumer IT market. What I mean by that is, like, what I work with on a daily basis is typically anything that has to deal with either a data center, an enterprise environment, an internet service provider environment, you know, that kind of stuff. So think like really big, expensive servers, routers, switches, you know, all the sort of infrastructure that makes all that run on the back end, the management piece of that, the automation piece of that, the routing protocols that control things like load balancing of packets at the layer 3, controlled via software-defined networking. You know, these are the sort of things that I do on a daily basis. Like that's what I'm involved in when you don't see me live, you know, streaming to YouTube, or see me like talking about like AMD hardware or NVIDIA GPUs or whatever. So you're also in the IT industry. You started 2 years back after your graduation. Where am I from? Well, so I'm based out of the US. So this channel, the YouTube channel, is based out of the US. Well, I mean, I'm based out of the US, so. Network administration on a domain and working on switches and routers are what you studied in college. Oh yeah, so I think, Joe, you also mentioned that you're aware of like the OSI, the 7 layers and that sort of stuff. Yeah, those are like the fundamental basic things that kind of dictate how a lot of this stuff works and how it all talks to each other at the end of the day. But yeah, I don't really do network administration anymore. That was something that I did a while ago. I'm more so on the architecture side. Over-delivers asking, do you work in IT? I mean, I've kind of said that like probably 3 minutes ago. So yeah, the answer is yes. But I've thought about doing something different though. Like I've been thinking about either going more into the coding side, so like the scripting and software side. But I don't know, because I feel like if I transform into a code monkey, well, I say that jokingly almost, but like as someone who just does code all the time, I feel like that will get really, really boring. Unless you really, really like just coding in general. But I personally don't find programming that enjoyable. I've never liked it, to be honest. So I don't know. Like I'm kind of like, should I pivot and go more into the software side, or should I either stick with what I'm doing, or should I? So that's kind of why I've been doing the YouTube thing, because I was thinking like, well, why don't I just try YouTube, go and see if I can actually like, you know, grow a channel from scratch and see where that goes. So, do you have to use Linux in your job for the data centers? Yeah, Linux is a big piece of it, because all of the databases, all of the not really the VMs, but yeah, there's a lot of like Linux servers. But I don't really have to go into the servers usually. It's more of like the infrastructure side. So, but yeah, all the routers are essentially Linux based. They're Unix and Linux based operating systems, or at its core, it's literally the Linux OS running. You have the Linux shell running, and then on top of that, you have like whatever the router is doing, like whatever Unix-based operating system the router is running. So, like in the case of like Cisco's typically going to be running like an iOS XR operating system or an NX OS operating system on top of Linux. If we're talking about like Juniper or some other type of vendor, then you know Juno OS is going to be running on top of Linux, and it just kind of depends on which one I'm working with at any given time. So future. The problem I see with coding is that the new AI stuff coming out is going to replace programmers in the near future. Well, a lot of people say that. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna happen like really soon though. That's something that I can see definitely. Because the thing is, I'll tell you, like they've been saying that AI and automation is gonna replace like call centers, you know, any kind of like support type jobs are gonna be replaced by self-help resources. But personally, I haven't seen that actually successfully amount to anything. So I don't know. They've been saying that, and now they're saying the same thing with like programming. But I'll believe it when I see it, because I've been hearing stuff like that for years in the industry, and I've never really because really like for instance, like ChatGPT, like you can ask ChatGPT like basic programmer type questions, and then it'll give you some examples. But realistically, like I played around with ChatGPT to see like what it actually knows, and you know, ChatGPT is limited. Now obviously it's going to improve over time, but today the way it works is it's actually kind of just doing like a database search in what it has either cached in the servers, or it's just going to probably pull the internet, like doing a Google search or something. Like, because you know, I asked ChatGPT like, what's the fastest graphics card? I forgot when I asked it this. I think I asked it this back in like January or something. And the answer I got was like something about like the 3080 Ti and the 6900. And I was thinking like, that's not necessarily the wrong answer, but it tells me that the database was, you know, it was limited up to a certain date. And then anything that released after that doesn't apply, or it doesn't know about it. Because it didn't know that the 4090 existed. It didn't know that the 7900 XTX existed. So it was literally like, okay, it's 3090. And first of all, I think it was wrong. I think it said 3080 Ti and 6900 XT, and when technically it was the 3090 Ti. So, you know, if we're talking last gen, so well, I don't know. I haven't really done much with asking about like programmer type questions. Yeah, see, so it was wrong. Yeah, I think because remember the 3080 Ti was newer than the 3090, so I guess it was basing this off of like the latest ones, but yet it, you know, also with the AMD side, it thought the 6900 XT was the fastest when technically the 6950 XT was faster. So that I found that kind of weird. So yeah. So the thing with the AI thing is, I don't know, the AI, like the ChatGPT, at least my interaction with it, like asking it some basic questions about stuff like that, to me it just looked like it was a gimmicky search engine. Like that's kind of the takeaway or the impression that I got with the AI. I was thinking, oh, everyone's talking about this thing is so great AI, but when I ask it technical questions, you know, it's literally just giving me dictionary textbook type answers. So it didn't really sound very realistic. Never did I feel like I was talking to a person or like an AI equivalent. So the thing is, when the client gives you a requirement, you have to understand that you have to implement some of your own ideas into it. Requirements keep changing, and then you have to test. Oh, you're talking about programming? You've used AI. Oh, okay, hold on. The chat's like way ahead of me. The problem with coding is, okay, we talked about that. So I have used AI programs, generate programs based off of a prompt that used AI back. Okay. So Joel, what do you do? Like, are you a programmer? Because I'm not a programmer. I've thought about like pivoting to that role, but I don't know, because I don't really like coding that much. The 3090 released before the 3080 Ti. Yeah. So the thing is, the thing is, the requirements can change up to a certain point, but then at some point they need to be set in stone. Like if you're doing a project, right? Like if you have, say, an 18-month timeline, to complete some project for whatever customer or whatever company, client, whatever, you know, you have to work within that timeline. So they can't keep shifting around the requirements. The requirements have to be, like, they can change a lot in the beginning, but then after a certain point, you know, you have to hit key milestones, and these requirements can't really deviate after a certain point. Otherwise, the project will just fail. With a lot of scenarios, so AI may give you a piece of the code. That's not enough. Yeah, so... So you work for which company, but in some cases they do, and the timeline shifts. Well, the thing is, the timeline shouldn't shift after. Well, if the timeline shifts, there has to be a major reason why, and usually it's not a good reason. I'm just trying to think in my mind. I think in the whole time I've been in industry, I can think of probably one, maybe two instances where the timeline shifted for a positive reason, and then every other time that timelines got pushed out, it was a bad reason. So very rarely do timelines, or do things get delayed for a good reason, right? It's usually a bad reason. It's usually like either there's something fundamentally wrong, or there's something wrong with the software, or there's something like held up by like the vendor, for example. You can't secure like a certain hardware, or whatever it is that needs to be done on the hardware side. If that can't be secured in time, then that's going to delay things. So, and that's really bad, because those are usually the worst delays. You can usually delay projects by, you know, like 6 months or more, and that's very, very bad. Because that can be very bad financially for the client. I mean, I've seen projects get canceled like literally within like 8 months of completion, or of the target completion date, and then like all the contractors involved in that project, then they just lose their jobs, or you know, the firm has to downsize significantly when that project gets canceled, because it's like these guys have nothing to do now. So you studied programming in college, and I know how to use C++, SQL, JavaScript, PowerShell, Bash. I don't consider myself a programmer, even if I spent several thousand hours working on it. I'm not going to reveal the company that I work for. I guess what I'll say, I won't reveal the name of the company, but what I will tell you is the company that I work for works with a lot of the big web scale providers, and also a lot of like everything else that I said earlier. So like think of it like governments, federal, commercial, even like at an international level. But I'm thinking more like in the US, federal, so working with the federal government, local governments, you know, education, so that would be like schools. Commercial would be just like private companies, and then service providers, and then the big web scale, and also like the content delivery. So think like Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus, content providers is what I call them. But I think we classify them as like web scale. So, Rackspace. You work for Rackspace, or do you think that I work for Rackspace? Oh, you're working in Deloitte? Oh, okay. I mean, so the only time I've ever worked with Deloitte was when I was in Japan, because I was in Japan for 6 months, and I haven't really talked too much about that. I mean, I've kind of randomly mentioned it on previous live streams, but yeah, I worked with Deloitte. I didn't work for Deloitte, but I worked with Deloitte on something when I was in Japan for like 6 months back in 2018. So, but that was the only time I ever worked with Deloitte. And Deloitte, they prided themselves on being like, because they're a foreign company operating in Japan, like they were priding themselves on not overworking their employees to death, because the work culture in Japan is so bad. It's so bad. Now, granted, it's been changing slowly, but man, it's bad. It's bad. Like, when I was in Japan, I'll tell you, I could never work for a traditional Japanese company. It just would not, I would not fit in. Like, I'm just saying, it would not work. I mean, I don't have a problem with the people. I wouldn't have a problem with coworkers. The problem is, like, the working for the sake of working, and I just didn't understand it. I didn't understand, like, the fact that, like, nobody can go home after 6 p.m. Like, no one can leave the office if the manager is still in the office. And I'm thinking, like, why is that guy still in the office? Like, what is he doing? Like, he isn't even doing anything. And then the problem is, like, a lot of, I remember hearing all these stories when I was over there, of, you know, like, Japanese employees literally, like, not really being productive during the day, because they would literally, like, because in Japan, I think, even though, so you have a lot of people that are paid per hour as opposed to salary, but even, like, the salaried people, like, they can get paid overtime if they stay after, which to me is kind of weird. But that, you know, that incentivizes everybody to stay after because they can collect overtime, you know, regardless of, like, how productive or unproductive they are during the day. So what ends up happening is you have, like, a bunch of teams that work so inefficiently during the regular working day, and then 5 p.m., 4 p.m., like, somewhere between, like, 4 to 6 p.m., like, everybody just starts working really, really hard, like, in the last hour or last 2 hours of the day. And then they just end up, like, working all the way into the evening. You know, like 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m. And then, like, people will usually leave around 9, 8, like, anywhere from, like, 8:30 to, like, 10:30. And there'll still be some people that stay after midnight, which I think is retarded. And then, so, yeah, I just couldn't do it. I'm like, no, nah. I mean, how do you do anything else, right? Like, when you're stuck there just not even being productive during the day, I couldn't jive with that at all. So, otherwise, I probably would have stuck around over there, honestly, because that country's like, Japan is a very, very nice country to visit, but it could also be a really nice country to live in. The only problem is the work culture is just what kills it for me. Like, and I haven't really talked too much about that. I think this is probably the first time I've ever actually mentioned this on a live stream. But yeah, the reason why I didn't stay there past, like, the 6 months that I was there was because of the work culture. The work culture was so, I don't know, like, it just wasn't for me, right? So I'll just leave it at that. So, like, how many years of experience do you have? Well, I mean, I've been in industry for, I'll say, at least 10 years. At least 10 years of experience in the industry, so. But, yeah, like, I've been wanting to actually change my career path. I just don't really know what I want to do. So part of my escape from that was like, well, I'm just gonna make YouTube videos and see where that goes. So, and so far it seems to be a nice hobby. I don't really expect my channel to be able to become really, really large. I feel like if I really wanted it to be large, I'd probably have to, like, quit my job and, like, go full all in on YouTube, and even then that's a huge gamble, and at this point I'm just not willing to take that risk. I don't know. I was thinking to myself, like, if I can get to, like, 50k subscribers or maybe 100k subscribers, then I would strongly consider quitting my job and trying to become, like, a real, like, tech channel. You know, basically somebody like, I don't ever see myself becoming somebody like Jay's 2 Cents or Linus Tech Tips or any of those really, really big mega tech channels. But I think more about channels like Level 1 Techs. Level 1 Techs is actually more so kind of the sort of content that I probably want to do. But I also like the video gaming aspect as a hobby, so I don't really want to just completely throw away the video game piece, because I think what makes my channel different from like Wendell from Level 1 Techs is he focuses primarily on technology. Like, all the content on the channel is all very technology focused, data driven, very, very technical, and I personally like that. See, I'm someone who really likes the real details of the technology. I don't see myself being somebody like an XOC, like an Extreme Overclocker type channel. I used to do XOC like way back, like back in the days of like FX 8350 and like the Intel DDR3 era. So, but ever since then, you know, I haven't really done too much on the overclocking piece, but I do try to keep up with it so that I'm not completely irrelevant in that area. So, you know, like I know some people that have been fans or subscribed to the channel for several months now, like Joey, for instance. Like, Joey's an actual overclocker who tries to go for world records. Like, I thought about doing that too, but again, you know, that's gonna be another time investment, and it's like, okay, if I do that and I have my job and then I try to make the YouTube videos, I mean, that's just gonna be too much work, right? At the end of the day, that's not gonna work. And then I also want to be able to have enough time to play video games in my spare time as well, like what I'm doing right now. So yeah, so it's like I kind of have to prioritize the things that I actually want to do. So the overclocking stuff, I'll talk about it. I mean, I'll attempt it like we've done in previous videos, although I feel like I probably need to do a few more of those videos, particularly with Curve Optimizer on Zen 4. And now that we have the 3D Vcache CPU, you know, I'll be able to do something along those lines with this CPU as well, and see how that's different. You guess in the USA, YouTube pays well? I mean, it can, is from what I've heard. But, like, a channel my size is just way too small and insignificant that, like, any kind of ad revenue that I earn from YouTube is literally nothing. Like, probably in an entire year, so, like, an entire 12-month period, the amount of money that I can earn from YouTube in an entire year at my current size is like barely enough to buy like a motherboard, right? So obviously it's not financially viable for me to do stuff like that. Like in order for me to try to just like fund the YouTube channel via grassroots, via Patreon, viewers, that kind of thing, I don't really feel like my content is at a level where I feel like I can ask my audience to donate or help me subsidize some of the stuff that I want to do videos on. So, but who knows, like, maybe around like 50k subscribers, 100k subscribers, maybe that opportunity will come up. But I really think it's probably going to be like sponsorships. Like, if I can get sponsorships from either like one of the motherboard manufacturers or one of the AIB graphics card companies, I feel like that's probably what can sustain this channel long term. So I don't know. But yeah, in terms of like how much YouTube pays from ad revenue, it's not good. Like, no. You basically need to, like, in order to get enough money from YouTube, you have to be getting like at least somewhere around 700,000 to 2 million views per video. So, like, you think of, like, Linus's video, like, the views on his videos, not only that, but he has multiple YouTube channels, that gives him a lot of ad revenue, but even at that scale, he still doesn't get enough ad revenue to justify the amount of employees that he has, right? So most of the money is going to come from, like, sponsorships, advertisers, like, actual ads that he runs, like pre-roll, not like YouTube ads, you know, but like real, like this video was sponsored by the ASRock X670E Tai Chi, you know, like that kind of stuff. That's the sort of stuff that can actually make this into a real job, like a real career, not, you know, like YouTube ad revenue. And Joey with the $10 super chat, I appreciate that. I mean, see, I'll be honest with you guys. Like, the super chats that I have gotten on my live stream videos, is way more money than like the YouTube ad revenue that I get. So when somebody like, you know, donates $10 or something, that's like way more than like the ad revenue from like the entire month. so I mean, I'm just being fully transparent there. It's like my channel's not at a size. I don't get the amount of views necessary or required to actually, you know, be the equivalent of like, oh, I earned $10 off of this video because it has, you know, 20,000 views or 30,000 views or whatever the number is to reach that kind of threshold in terms of the ad revenue. So it's kind of like that's the sort of thing. Like the ad revenue doesn't really help. You know, it's, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't help because like in an entire year with ad revenue, I could probably buy like a motherboard, but look, yeah, I could never afford like a graphics card or a CPU or any of those things. So, but yeah, Joey with a $10 super chat, much appreciated. Curve optimizer, it's because you don't have enough viewers right now, but you will get it soon, I hope. I mean, I hope so. You know, like those the last two videos that I uploaded on the channel. So I did the video on the 7950X 3D build, and then I did another video on the core parking behavior on CPUs, on high core count CPUs. Those videos got a lot more views than probably all the other videos. It's like those two videos have more views on them currently than the last 10 videos combined. Like, that's how crazy it is. Like, I don't even understand how those two videos blew up the way they did. I'm glad that they did. I was surprised, especially the core parking one. The most recent video on my YouTube channel, I have no idea how that video like got so many views. I don't know what happened, or like, but apparently a lot of people were really interested in core parking. But I know there was a lot of like misinformation on the internet in general around that whole topic, and maybe my video helped to clean a lot of that up. What's the cut for YouTube for the super chats? This it's, you know, I don't actually know offhand. I know that I don't like Joey just gave me $10. I'm not gonna get the full $10. Because there's gonna be, YouTube's gonna take some amount and it's gonna get taxed. So, you know, I don't know, like $10, I probably will get like $6 something. I don't know the full amount, I forget. Somewhere around there. So just over 50%, somewhere around there. 30%, I don't know. Well, Marcel, you could be right, but I think it's a little bit less than that. It was easier to earn from YouTube like 5 years earlier than now. Yeah, when it wasn't so big. Yeah, that's the other problem too. Like, as YouTube, as the internet grows and more, you know, as more and more people start uploading content, it makes it harder for people to find content that's relevant. And that's the whole YouTube algorithm thing. So, because the thing is, I don't like to tell people. See, the thing that I noticed in a lot of videos, you know how in a lot of YouTube videos, they have the, you know, hit that bell icon, make sure you subscribe and hit that bell icon. I don't like to nag my viewers with that little animation showing the subscribe button being clicked and the bell icon being clicked. I personally don't like that stuff. I don't like being nagged or being told to do something. I feel like the content itself should convince the viewer to whether or not they want to subscribe to that channel, or if they want to do the notifications. So I don't like to be told to smash that like button and subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell. Like, I don't like to be told that. Like, that's probably just me. Like, you know, other people might not be bothered by that, but I personally don't like when a YouTube video tells me to do that in like every single YouTube video. So, because it becomes redundant, and then when everybody's doing it, and then it just ends up being like, oh, well, you know, whatever. So people just usually ignore it, or they just do it anyway, out of habit. So Subscribe to the channel after watching the Hogwarts Legacy benchmark video. So that's interesting. You know, a lot of people subscribe to my video. Wouldn't you do better off just having them do it through PayPal donations? The thing is, can you do PayPal donations on YouTube? I don't even know if you can do that. PayPal donations and all are better than Super Chat. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think... Does YouTube allow that? I don't think it does. See, that's the problem. I know you can do that on Twitch, and I used to live stream on Twitch a long time ago, back in 2014, like 2013, 2014, 2015. Those were the years where I was active on Twitch.tv. And I mean, I go way back, so it's like I used to, like, my early attempts at live streaming were on a website called justin.tv. If anybody here even knows what that is, because that is actually what Twitch used to be. So Twitch used to be called justin.tv, and then it turned into twitch.tv, and then Amazon bought Twitch, I think like a year or two after the name change. So I originally started on Justin TV, and then it became Twitch, and I was still on Twitch. But the thing is, I never really devoted, like a lot of effort into Twitch. The most effort I put into Twitch was in the year 2014, and I actually was gaining a fair number of followers, but I was never like a Twitch partner or anything. So, like, I didn't have subscribers or anything like that. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I think donations works on there. You know what? On your streaming screen, you can give your PayPal whatever, and the viewers can directly do it. Do people actually do that? I know what it is, but I don't use it myself since I wasn't aware of it back then. What's your real name? I'm not going to reveal my real name here. That just seems kind of weird. If you join the Discord, you probably can... at some point, maybe you'll learn the name. But, like, typically people will call me, like, GTR. Like, on YouTube, people will call me, like, GTR or Tech or Game Tech. Basically the YouTube name. Have I ever been in here? I don't remember being in this place. Oh, maybe I was in this room before. So wait, people really do that? People do like does YouTube allow that though? Like, I always thought YouTube doesn't allow you to do stuff like that, like PayPal. Because if they do the PayPal like on YouTube, that's like directly bypassing YouTube's own revenue share. Like, to me that doesn't sound like that's allowed, like officially allowed. I don't know. Increase the size of the face cam. You know what I probably need to do? I need to figure out how to do like the green screen thing behind me. If I can do the green screen, then I'll make the camera bigger. I don't make the camera that large because I feel like the whole square will be like taking up so much of the screen size. You were surprised to see the YouTube video on the video cards article for the PCI Gen 5? Yeah, well, I was surprised too. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like, now granted, it's literally, like that video cards article. It doesn't actually mention my video. It just kind of like has a, like there's a sentence in there, and then it has a URL link embedded in the article that then goes to my video. To show the noise. To show the noise of the Gen 5 drives fan. They allow it? Oh, they allow it in India? All the streamers do that only, and YouTube allows them. I'll have to look and see if that's actually allowed, though. Because I don't know if that's allowed officially. Like, it might be one of those things where it's like YouTube won't say anything. But it might be, well, I don't know. I'll have to look into it. RTX cards have that green screen filter, but I don't know how good it works. Well, I know that the application has to have support for that stuff. I think there's a plugin. There's probably like a plugin for OBS that I can get. But if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna need like better lighting and stuff. If I'm gonna like increase the size of the webcam box, and then like, because the way it is, it's like it's kind of dark. It just doesn't look good. Guys with 10 million subscribers are doing this? Really? So wait, so like in India, no one's using Super Chat, everybody's using the 10 million? Or I mean, not 10 million. They're all using the PayPal thing? That's weird. See, I don't know if that might be like a regional thing. I'll have to look into that.
Rebellion.
I don't think I was actually in this place before. Yeah, I haven't been in here before. Level 2 lock. What's this locked? To the top left corner? I typically don't want to put the camera to the top left corner because that's usually, like, if I'm gonna use like Afterburner overlay and display that, that's usually gonna go in the top left. I mean, maybe the top right, but I don't know. I feel like the bottom right to me seems the best place to put it. They're using, but they are giving their digital payment IDs, and then it's up to the viewers. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I mean, that might be, like I said, that might be a regional thing. I don't know if that's allowed in the US, because I feel like YouTube won't like that, because that's a massive, like, if everybody starts using the PayPal thing,
hello,
to support the channel, then YouTube is gonna miss out on that revenue share. I don't think they're gonna like that. So
they used to call me Snelly. Oh, Snelly, why aren't you studying to be an aura? But I showed them. They're stuck in the dust at the ministry, and I'm here thriving. Absolutely thriving. But look at you. Look at you. I can certainly see why you paid me a visit. Looking for a change, are we?
Oh, that's... Oh, you're viewing this on a phone? You know, sometimes I wonder, like, how many people are watching YouTube videos, like live content, on their phone. Because, like, a YouTube video, not a stream, but, like, a video, that could be done on the phone. But I wonder, like, how many people actually watch a live stream on the phone? Joey, well, I know Joey, I know you watch on the phone. Typing a message on the phone. Wow.
I'm not sure what you mean, but I'm quite alright as I am.
Some are going for that muggle with consumption, sort of death becomes me allure. But you won't find poisons here. No need for chloride of lime or ammonia when you have magic. Why don't you spend a moment choosing how you'd like to look? You can change your hair too if you'd like.
I should be going now.
Sometimes phone and TV at the same time. Wow. The viewer counter here covers the webcam. Really? What? Wow. Okay, now I'm wondering, you know, like, that's really weird. I didn't think about that. You know, I never thought about how the YouTube video looks on a phone. So if you're watching and you have the phone in the horizontal orientation so that the video takes up the entire screen, like where does the chat show up? like where is the chat on the right side? You're watching on the desktop. Yeah, and see, I feel like most people, I don't know, maybe this is just me assuming that most people are watching from either a desktop or a laptop. I didn't really think too much about people watching on the phone, and that now that makes me wonder, you know, like how I never thought about how a live stream video would look on a phone, because it never occurred to me, like depending on the orientation, if you're watching it with the phone vertical as opposed to watching it with the phone horizontal, like what it does with the chat and stuff. It's on the right side and the video gets smaller on the left. Oh, okay. So if you do, because if it's vertical, isn't the video up the top and then the chat's down at the bottom? Because that's how I always assumed it would look on the phone. I guess I didn't think of people watching the footage like with the phone in the horizontal orientation. Is hidden when it comes out, the video gets smaller and the chat is on the right. Wait. So that's why it's better to keep your video on the top corners. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I might have to look into that because okay. Because typically the top, so okay, maybe the upper right corner. I don't know. I just feel like if it's up in the top right, it will look kind of weird. For anyone who's watching it on a regular screen, like a TV or a desktop monitor or a laptop, I feel like it will look strange to have me in the top right. I won't go in the top left because that's typically where I would put like the afterburner overlay. If I'm doing like a frame whatever analysis or comparison or whatever, like we were doing on the previous live stream. I just feel like it will look weird because it'll be like the square up there. And the thing is, if you look at a lot of like other live stream content, especially on Twitch, like almost all the, well, not all of them, but a large majority of them have themselves on the bottom side of the screen. Like toward the bottom of the screen, or they're gonna be like in one of the corners, or not the corners, but they'll be on one of the sides. So I guess I should probably play around with that a little bit more. We'll see. I'll have to do some layout tests and see like which one looks optimal. I'll probably also look into like the green screen thing, or like the virtual green screen, because I don't want to get like an actual green screen. I would just try to do the virtual one. So I probably have to play around with the plugin. Because I know XSplit had one of those, the chroma key thing, and it worked for the most part. But OBS, like ever since I switched to OBS, whatever I tried to use, it just didn't really work that well. But maybe there's a newer one. XSplit was better for like the educational videos than OBS, but OBS seems to be better for like the game. Well, it's weird. Like OBS, you have to do weird things to capture some games. Like for example, like I could never capture Quake 2 RTX in OBS without like messing around with the settings in there. Not in Quake, but in like OBS. I had to mess with so many. I forgot exactly what setting it was that allowed me to display Quake 2 RTX on stream, but I remember for the longest time I couldn't get it to show up. It would just be a black screen. Yet if you were gonna share it on like Discord, it would show up just fine. So I don't know what the problem was, but it was some setting in OBS that it eventually worked, but then you didn't want to enable that for any other game because it would mess up the like the DRM anti-cheat software or whatever. So Hold on, let's just go there. YouTube is a bit different from Twitch, that's why. Well,
guys.
I don't think it had anything to do with Twitch. Or wait, oh, you're talking about how it looks on the phone? Screen phones are so big nowadays, though. My phone is an old one with a 5-inch screen. I still have a really old phone, too. I think mine is a 5-inch screen. I have a OnePlus 5. And the reason why I got the OnePlus 5 was because of Japan. Like, that makes me realize, like, I've had the same phone since 2017. The reason why I went with the OnePlus 5 was because with the OnePlus 5, the antennas that it came with at the time were compatible with Docomo and SoftBank. So when I was in Japan, I could roam onto their phone providers, and I didn't need to buy a local SIM card. So the whole time that I was in Japan, I would just use like their 3G and 4G connection the whole time for cellular. It would just roam. It would just roam. Like, and you know, a lot of people who are in the US are probably wondering, like, how did you not have like an enormous cell phone bill? Well, that's because T-Mobile, and that's the reason why I went to T-Mobile. I got the OnePlus 5 because T-Mobile, I think they still have the same policy, but like at the time, T-Mobile allowed you, like, they didn't charge you any kind of roaming fees internationally for like 140 something countries. So that was the reason why. So I was like, okay, I have to get a phone that is compatible with the Japanese cellular towers, but at the same time it has to work with the US ones. And the OnePlus 5 like fit all those check marks. And at the time, the OnePlus 5, that was like one of the best phones, low-key best phone, because it had 8 gigabytes of RAM. 8 gigabytes of RAM in a cell phone in 2017. I don't even know what, like, my phone's so old, and I haven't paid attention to phones in so many years. Is 8 gigabytes of RAM a good thing still, or is it considered outdated, or what? Like, I don't even know what the latest iPhone has in terms of RAM. Although I know Apple has never really used that much RAM in their phones to begin with. And I have no idea what, like, the latest Samsung S23 or whatever it is. Like, I have no idea what those phones have. It's normal now. Phones today have up to 18 gigs of RAM. That's such a weird number. 18 gigs? Why not 16 gigs of RAM? 18 gigs of RAM sounds so weird. Like, that sounds so weird. That's such a weird amount. Like, I would think 16, but 18? 12? Okay, that's really not that much. That's honestly, I'm surprised that it's only 12. 12? It's because it uses swap memory ZRAM to fill the blocks, so it's 640 kilobytes is not. Yeah, see, and that's the reason why. That's the reason why I haven't bothered to replace my phone, because my phone, when I got it, it was like the best phone you could get, because it had 8 gigabytes of RAM, and it's like I think the competing phone from Samsung was like a Galaxy Note 3 or something, and that thing only had like 6 gigabytes of RAM. And I'm like, why would I get that? And that thing doesn't even work with like the Japan. Like, you'd have to get like the AT&T one, and then AT&T doesn't allow you to just roam for free on a foreign network. So I'm like, okay, well, T-Mobile's like the only game in town because it's free roaming, and I don't need the SIM card. I just literally just show up and it just automatically roams. So it's like, the whole time I was living over there, you know, the cell phone bill was like the same as it always was. Like, it wasn't any different. So it was surprisingly easy to do that. Oh, there's actually... Oh, those are just cats. Why is there... Oh, that must be outside. and this is the reason why I'll never be able to finish this game. Because too much of the... It's like... I don't know. This game has turned it... This game is more of like a... What do they call those, like, on Twitch when people are not really playing a game? They're just talking to viewers the whole time. I think there's like a category on Twitch for that. Where they're literally just talking away the whole time. They're not actually, like, doing much with gameplay. This is the reason why Hogwarts Legacy has turned into like a talk show. This has turned into a talk show. And that's basically what Hogwarts Legacy is. Like, it's less about this game's playthrough and more about just, like, talking with viewers the whole time. And that's why I'm probably never going to be able to finish this game. Oh, man, it's still playing. Yeah, I know. We're not I'm never going to be able to finish this game. Phones are potatoes for gaming, though. Even the highest end ones are weaker than a Steam Deck. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't really game on phones. I wonder what's the desktop equivalent to the fastest SSD for mobile. You know, I don't know. Probably like the AMD. Like what? Just the 680M by itself, like without the CPU component. I don't know. Isn't Samsung going to start using like Radeon stuff in their phones? I remember reading somewhere that Samsung was going to do that.
Revelio.
I don't want to do that. This one? Wait, no, that's Leviosa. Lumos?
Lumos.
Where is this? This is on the road to that house. Oh, right there. They used it last year, but it didn't go so well. Oh, I didn't even realize they already used it.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
You know what I kind of want to do, although I don't know how this is going to work? I was thinking of starting like a podcast. Cause that's like the thing to do nowadays. But I don't know who I would do that with, because it's like, you can't do a podcast by yourself. Otherwise it's just a talk, well, I mean, that's not even a talk show either.
Revelio.
But that's kind of what I want to do. I just don't know, like, how that would work. Well, I mean, I know how it would work. I just don't know, like, who would be the guest, or if there even would be a guest, or if it would just be, like, me talking with somebody from the Discord for, like, an hour or something. I don't know. So I haven't figured that out. Live? Yeah, like, live. Well, I mean, that's a good question. In my mind, it would be live, like this format, so that viewers could interact. But I don't know, maybe something that's pre-recorded would also work. I mean, you know what? Now that I think about it, so my initial thought was do it live, but maybe it would be better, at least initially, to do one pre-recorded first to see how the process works. So that might be a smarter thing to do. What is this guy? Is this guy painting a picture? Oh, she's painting a picture. Talking tech, kind of like Digital Foundry, combining tech with game. Yeah, see, I like Digital Foundry. Like, I watched their episode 100 thing that they uploaded earlier this week.
Sometimes it seems.
Yeah. So okay. So for those wondering, like, what other YouTube channels that I actually watch, so Level 1 Techs, Digital Foundry, who else? Sometimes Paul's Hardware, but not all the time. Like, I watch Paul's Hardware for the Ryzen 7950 X3D video, but I don't always watch Paul's videos. His videos are fine though. I don't have anything wrong with them. I don't really. I'll watch Hardware Unboxed. They're crazy, like 50 GPU benchmark video, that kind of stuff. But I don't watch all their videos. I did watch several of their reviews for like monitors and peripherals, but that was back when I was looking for a 4K monitor last year. So it just kind of depends. But like I typically don't really watch Linus anymore. I used to though, but I don't really watch him that much anymore. His channel has kind of become very his videos are good. There's nothing wrong with his videos. I just think that his videos are not really, they're not that deep anymore. Like, Linus's content is very surface level. It's very entertainment driven, which is fine. I mean, that's good. Every now and then I will watch a Linus video. I used to watch a lot of, and sometimes I still do, I used to watch like the Tech Linked Daily from Tech Linked. I also liked Linus's Tech Quickie videos. In fact, I still kind of do, but I haven't really watched one in a long time. Yeah, like the Tech Linked with Riley, and I forgot the other guy's name. But I find those videos a lot more entertaining than the general videos on his channel. So I don't really watch that much Linus anymore. Occasionally I'll watch a video from Jay's 2 Cents, but I don't really watch that many of his videos anymore either. Every week or so he builds a $10,000 PC. $10,000 PC? He's got a bit old. Linus is not an IT professional when it comes to his level of PC. Well, I wouldn't say that. I would not say that. Linus is actually very smart when it comes to IT. Like, a lot of what he does now is kind of for show, but he knows quite a bit. I wouldn't take Linus lightly when it comes to his level of IT knowledge. He knows quite a bit. He used to be a product manager for NCIX, and he was the decision maker when it came time to figure out like what they actually want to stock the store with, and a lot of like the CRM and a lot of those back-end systems, like he was involved in a lot of that. So no, he knows quite a bit. Now, he doesn't know, like, crazy, insane amounts of, like, Linux and that kind of stuff. But he doesn't need to know that, right? Like, that's not what he does on a daily basis. He doesn't even know how to overclock RAM. I mean, I guess if he had to, he could figure it out. Let's put it that way. He could figure it out if he had the time to do it. But he doesn't really have the time anymore. Like, the thing with Linus, you know, being a CEO is not an easy job. Like, in my current job, I deal with a lot of CEOs on a weekly basis. And they have a very hard job. Like, CEO is not an easy job. Even if you're in a small company or a large company. Well, the larger the company, the harder the job. Because the scrutiny is a lot more... There's a lot more pressure as a CEO when you're in a large company. But, like, just a CEO role in general is a very, very challenging role. So, well, yeah, he can delegate. Yeah, but you have to delegate. But the thing is, you have a lot of stuff to do. Like, CEOs have to travel a lot. It is not an option. Like, they have to. And they have to constantly, like, prove the value of their company to whatever, like to like for sales reasons or for whatever investment reasons, especially if it's like a small startup. So the CEO role is a very, very tough role. So like he may not know how to overclock DDR5, but if he was given the time, the problem is the time. He just doesn't have the time, because he's a CEO. Like, so I totally get that, because I work with a lot of CEOs, and yeah, I don't know. Like, I used to want to be a CEO, but when I see like how busy they are all the time, I don't know. Like that job doesn't look like super great anymore. Like I'd probably, like, if I was gonna be a C level in a company, like the only one that I could see myself doing is CTO, Chief Technology Officer. Like, that's the only one that actually appeals to me. Like, the CEO role doesn't really appeal to me anymore. Maybe like 5 or 6 years ago, but not so much anymore. You got a question, why does ARM, like Apple M1, M2, so power efficient and very competitive in terms of processing performance compared to x86? It has to do mainly with two things. One is the instruction set that the M1 and M2 uses versus x86, and the other thing is it's really just the architecture. So it's really just the way ARM, like the what is it? Not the transistors. It boils down to like where things are placed on the die for certain functions that the hardware needs to do. So x86 is very general. ARM can also be very general, but ARM is also a lot more optimized for energy efficiency. So ARM is optimized for things like low latency video processing, more efficient like memory management. Like, it doesn't constantly, it tries to avoid having to do constant like massive writes and loads and stores. So on the assembly level, it doesn't have to do as many jumps and jowls and all that kind of stuff if you're familiar with assembly code, for example. So it's more efficient because it doesn't have to run the whole gamut, so to speak, in order to do something that you would have to run that whole gamut on an x86 processor, if that makes sense. And I think the big challenge for Intel and AMD, anybody who makes an x86 processor, basically, the energy efficiency has never really been the name of the game. I remember Intel, years ago, Intel tried, like, Intel boasted that they would get x86 to be just as efficient as ARM with, like, Skylake, and it never actually happened. Like, in the mobile they never actually came close to the achievement or the energy efficiency of ARM. And that's because, like, okay, they could get it down to being as efficient as ARM was from, like, an ARM processor from, like, 2010. But it was like, okay, we're talking like 2015, and you're only able to become as efficient as like a 2010 ARM, and it's like, here we are in 2015, so, you know, like, ARM just keeps on, like, just jumping further and further ahead. And that's the reason why Apple is quickly pivoting away from Intel. So, is it possible for x86 to get as power efficient? Well, I kind of talked about that, but it isn't really a software compatibility thing. It's more so, it's fundamentally different, to the point where the instruction sets, the x86 instruction sets themselves aren't, they're just fundamentally not set up in a way where they can be as energy efficient. I think the only, I would say that it could happen if there's like a newer type of instruction set developed. And it's possible that this is happening behind the scenes at places like Intel and AMD. You know, like AMD, back before Ryzen launched, AMD, there was like so back when Jim Keller was at AMD, if you guys are familiar with who Jim Keller is, but he's essentially the guy who saved AMD by returning to the company and helping them design Ryzen from the ground up. And at the time, this was back in like 2012, 2013, 14, somewhere back in that time frame. Like, they were actually developing, AMD was developing, not only were they developing Ryzen on x86, but they were also developing a ARM-based version of Ryzen at the time. So, like, they had Zen x86, and they had, well, I think it was called K12. K12 was supposed to be an ARM-based design, so the way I think, well, they ended up scrapping it, so it never actually became a thing that was released to market. But I think that they were experimenting with newer instruction sets that could work on both ARM and x86. Now, I don't know, like, whatever happened to that, but I think that there's been work like that in the past from AMD. And I think Intel, I'm pretty sure Intel, so the problem with Intel was Intel, you know, Intel is the father of x86, right? So Intel is so heavily invested in keeping x86 alive that the problem with Intel was they were fighting. They were fighting against ARM rather than trying to embrace ARM and like make their own ARM processor. And I think now that's kind of catching up with them, because where AMD tried to make an ARM processor, but then eventually just kind of scrapped it for whatever reason. Intel never really tried to make an ARM processor, but that isn't to say that Intel hasn't tried to develop like a new instruction set that runs on x86 that could result in a more energy efficient solution. You really enjoy Digital Foundry's retro stuff? Ever interested in going that direction? Retro, so maybe like retro hardware, but not so much retro gaming. So I'm not a really big retro gamer, because I only really started playing games in, it was like the very, well, I'm technically a PS2 era, but like my first video game console was a PlayStation 1. It was like the PS1, like the slim PS1, but I got one of those, you know, during the PS2 era, and then I got a PS2 like shortly after that. So when it comes to retro games like SNES, sprite-based games, I never actually played a lot of those. So in terms of retro, like for me, it wouldn't really fit, because I don't really have any sort of nostalgia associated with like the really old like SNES, NES, those platforms, the Sega Mega Drive, the Sega Saturn, all that stuff, even the Sega Dreamcast. I never had those systems. Apple compatibility layer for running x86 on their ARM processors is probably the best x86 translation on the market right now. Yeah, and Apple invested heavily in that translation layer, because the people at Apple are really smart in recognizing that x86 is the de facto standard in the high compute world, so they would need to be compatible with it to some degree. So that's why they invested heavily in it, and now it's just paying dividends for them, because the thing is, like, if we think of Apple from like 5 years ago, nobody would have thought that Apple would be as independent from x86 as they are quickly becoming now. So Intel's the one that's really going to have problems in the next several years here. So they're trying to offset that by going heavy on the GPU side, and also trying to keep their enterprise server business. And I talked about this in a previous stream, and I don't like some of the tactics that Intel's leveraging, but I do understand that the way Intel's going about it is a relevant strategy for their future, because, you know, essentially Intel's trying to buy their way into the GPU space in the data center by leveraging their long-standing relationships with enterprise customers. So I mean, we talked about this in a previous stream. I even showed an example of that. I even called out a particular company. We're not going to go there again, but that's kind of what they're doing so that they can stay relevant and get into the GPU market, and not only displace AMD. Because the way Intel's trying to do this is essentially like, think of it like there's a line of people. NVIDIA's at the front of the line, AMD's behind them, and then here comes Intel, like, running up to the line. Intel's whole idea is they're just going to shove AMD out of the line and then get up there right behind NVIDIA and then just end up going toe-to-toe with NVIDIA in the arena, like in the data center space. That's basically their strategy. But on the CPU side, it's going to be a continuing battle for them because companies like Apple, this whole thing with the ARM, the M1, M2, this is a massive, massive threat to Intel. And I think this is not really talked about that much. But in the consumer space, it is a huge threat because there's nothing really stopping somebody else from replicating something similar. So, like, for example, NVIDIA, there's nothing stopping NVIDIA from making their own, like, M2 equivalent and then displacing Intel further in the mobile space. And that could create a challenge for AMD as well in the console space, assuming there will be something like a PlayStation 6, because if NVIDIA can develop an ARM processor like Apple, and then combine that with their graphics cards technology, you know, like DLSS 3.0 or whatever in the future, you know, that will be a compelling story. Like if they can develop an ARM processor that's just like the M2, if not better, because it would be newer, and then they can go and market the energy efficiency on that, you know, that will attract Microsoft and Sony to go with NVIDIA for the next-gen console as opposed to AMD. Unless it just doesn't perform as well as x86 does on consoles. So, you know, stuff like that could be a threat to AMD in the gaming space long-term. And then it's also a threat to Intel in the consumer world because, you know, if you have Apple, well, Apple's just going to do their thing. So Intel doesn't really see them as a huge threat because it's mostly consumer. But the big threat is going to be in the data center. Because if Apple can do it, there's nothing stopping a company like NVIDIA or even Amazon, I should say, from developing their own ARM-based processors and then pushing that into the data center. And then all of a sudden, Sapphire Rapids is basically DOA. Like, no one's gonna want Sapphire Rapids if, you know, NVIDIA or Apple or somebody, Amazon, can make a CPU that's more energy efficient and performs just as good, if not slightly better, in certain optimized tasks. Do I think x86 will become obsolete? It could become obsolete, but the thing is, there are so many market factors that will make it very, very hard to become obsolete, and it will have a very, very long, slow death. Every time I walk over here... Oh, it's that thing. Okay, I was like, something keeps activating. NVIDIA is already proven successful with the Switch in that regard. Yeah, and NVIDIA has been developing a new SoC for the Nintendo Switch 2. And I expect, and I think the guys at Digital Foundries also were thinking similar to what I was thinking, was the Switch 2. The Switch 2 is probably going to come out next year. Probably around, maybe about a year from now, you know, give or take. Like, maybe March of next year could be the earliest that we see the Switch 2. And that will be NVIDIA based. And Nintendo is really going to leverage DLSS. And because they really, really need to. And then I'll finally finish Xenoblade Chronicles 3. So it's funny, you know, like... DLSS is a really good thing, but it really is good in low power SoCs. Like, I've said this on multiple live streams. The Nintendo Switch can benefit so much more from DLSS than any gaming PC could ever hope to benefit from. And I think most people will agree with that statement. Like, can you imagine DLSS on the Nintendo Switch upscaling like those 720p games to full 1080p 60, and you know, with that deep learning whatever, it'll make the image quality look good at that upscaled resolution. Like, that would make me actually go back and play Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and all the other Switch games that I never finished. Yeah. And that's why I'm saying, like, upscaling technologies are really, really cool, but where they make the most sense is in mobile. The mobile space stands to benefit the most from upscaling technology than, like, a physical desktop sitting there connected to a wall outlet. The only time, like, DLSS and FSR make sense on a desktop is when you have a graphics card that just can't handle 60 FPS anymore, right? And the reality is, as I pointed out in my Hogwarts Legacy videos, the reality is DLSS doesn't work on the vast majority of graphics cards that could actually benefit from it. So graphics cards like the GTX 1080, the 1080 Ti, any sort of 10 series, any sort of Maxwell-based 900 series, the fact that AMD... This is the reason why I like AMD's approach to it being open, although I do kind of think that if I were at AMD, I would tell them to stop giving away every single feature, or stop making every single feature open to, like, other vendors' hardware. Because I think that is sort of killing AMD on the feature exclusivity front. It's one thing, right? Like, when think about it like this. How does it look when a GPU, like when a company can claim, it's like, we have our own proprietary technology, but we also support the open ecosystem, you know, that other competitors have developed. You know, it makes that company look good, even though they're really all in on their proprietary technology, because they want you to sell, they want you to buy their stuff, which is fine. But when another company goes and makes something like FSR, and then they go like, it's good, it's open, you know, everybody can use it. You know, it's like, at that point, it's like, okay, well, how do you differentiate yourself from the competition? Because it's nice that you have all this stuff, but when the competitor can use your features, it's like, it kind of defeating the purpose, right? So if I was at AMD, I would tell them, we need to make stuff that's exclusive to Radeon and not just, like, let it work on GeForce and Arc and all this other stuff. So, but the thing is, going back to my original point about this, is with upscaling, like, old graphics cards, like the GTX 1080, can actually benefit from FSR2. So, in that regard, FSR2, even though it doesn't look as good, although it's hard to tell sometimes the differences, FSR2 is just straight up better because it's like you can get way more mileage out of it for the average user that's on an old GPU. So that's why I tend to favor, like, the AMD technology over the NVIDIA ones, only because it's more useful to the general public, because it works on, like, pretty much everything, whereas, you know, the DLSS, it's good. DLSS is good, but, you know, it's kind of, like, stuck in its own little closed ecosystem, and you have to have certain GPUs, and then it's like, you know, DLSS 3 doesn't even work on Ampere, so, you know, like, it just doesn't really seem that positive for the industry. But yeah, those sort of things are really, really good in mobile and consoles, more so than, like, PCs. You don't even need DLSS on the 4080 when I CPU bottleneck on almost every game. I'm so confused where to plug all my... See, and that the point about the 4080 being CPU bottleneck, that just further proves what I just said earlier, where DLSS is really... It really stands to benefit consoles and mobile platforms more so than traditional desktop systems. x86 death is going to be power efficiency if Intel can't match ARM. It's a slow death that will occur if ARM focuses on power efficiency. Yeah, and the thing is, it's not like Intel's not concerned with power efficiency. The whole idea behind the E-cores versus the P-cores was for power efficiency. The problem is, like, it sounds really nice in practice, but realistically, like, on the desktop, the E-cores aren't really proving to be very energy efficient. Like, if the 13900K's power consumption is anything to go by. Now, granted, they had to tune that thing, like, way beyond its efficiency curve just to be competitive with AMD. And that's just kind of the beautiful thing about competition. But, you know, like, the whole idea with E-cores was Intel trying to experiment with, well, how can we achieve more efficiency out of our silicon, our design? And then AMD's approach was, you know, the chiplet stuff. So the chiplet is their way of being more energy efficient. And then the other way is kind of like the 3D packaging, like the V-cache. Because I'll tell you guys, like, this processor is, like, probably the most energy efficient. This is the most energy efficient 32 thread, so 16 core 32 thread processor that I have ever owned. Like, I can tell you, when I stream using this processor, as opposed to even just the standard 7950X or the 13900K, or even my old Threadripper 2950X, like, what blew my mind away was the fact that this thing, the 7950X3D, I was thinking about how it compared to my Threadripper, my old 16 core 32 thread 2950X from like 2018 or 2019, whenever I got one of those. But it's insane in terms of how efficient this is and how much faster this thing is than that old Threadripper system. So it basically demolished the Threadripper in terms of energy efficiency. But that's to be expected when we're talking about, you know, TSMC 5 nanometer versus 14 nanometer plus, or I guess TSMC's 14 nanometer plus, or maybe it was 12 nanometer on 2950X. And that was before AMD had the I/O die for Threadripper. So, but yeah, it's just insane, like, how fast the industry is moving. Because that was what, like 3, 4. Well, okay, it's about 4, almost 5 years actually. So okay, that makes sense. What are my thoughts about Meteor Lake on both laptop and desktop? I have not looked up much on Meteor Lake. I know way more about Sapphire Rapids than I do about Meteor Lake. I don't know. I just don't know enough about Meteor Lake to comment on it objectively. What I will say is I think the focus is going to be more on energy efficiency, or at least I think Intel needs to focus more on energy efficiency. NVIDIA seems to always have the first mover advantage. AMD is like playing catch up to feature parity. They have to lead in something somehow to succeed. Yeah, I would agree 100% with that statement. NVIDIA definitely has first mover advantage. The other thing too, though, is typically NVIDIA has another thing. So here's the thing about NVIDIA that makes NVIDIA... it's one thing to have first mover advantage, but oftentimes in the business world, there's always the first mover advantage, and then there's the fast second, right? Like, if anybody who studied business in university knows about the concept of the first mover and the fast second. So if AMD is the fast second, oftentimes in the real world, it depends on the industry we're talking about, but oftentimes what ends up happening is the fast second usually wins. It's rare for the first mover to be more successful than the fast second. Oftentimes the fast second gains like a market share advantage and that sort of thing. And also, the fast second typically realizes better profit margins than the first mover. But the reason why NVIDIA doesn't really fall victim to that is because NVIDIA NVIDIA has always done a really good job of under-promising and over-delivering. So let's use some examples. So, what's a really good example that I can give you guys? Because I know the RTX 20 series. Someone's going to talk about the 2080 Ti, and we're not going to talk about the 2080 Ti. Let's pretend that doesn't exist. So one of the best examples is the GTX 1080. So the GTX 1080 was a graphics card that they declared it was the new king of gaming, and they hyped it up, but they lived up to the hype. And not only did they live up to the hype, they also left performance on the table in a tangible way, because you could actually overclock the 1080 by a decent margin and get better performance out of it. So it ended up being a really good overclocker, and it was a good overclocker because NVIDIA, the default clocks on the 1080 were so low that you could potentially, assuming you won the Silicon Lottery, you could overclock it on its standard air cooler to 2 gigahertz, which was unheard of at the time. So it ended up being really, really successful in terms of the public perception, and they were able to get away with pricing it really, really high, even though it was a GP, so a Pascal 104 die. And then they kind of did a similar thing recently with the 4090. Now, the problem with the 4090 was NVIDIA thinks that the public is willing to pay $1,600 if or more in the case of these AIB cards, like the Asus Strix, for example. Like, NVIDIA is under the impression that the general public will be willing to spend $1,600 or more on a graphics card. And apparently they're right, because there's a lot of people that are buying it. So I guess if we ignore the price of the 4090, NVIDIA under-promised and over-delivered. Because do you guys remember when there were all those rumors about the 4090 consuming 600 watts of electricity, and it was going to light your house on fire, and it's going to use a ton of power and all this stuff? But in reality, all those rumors about the 600 watts, I mean, I knew it was never going to be 600 watts. The thing about the 600 watts, and I already knew this, it was because of the power connector. It was because the power connector that they used can handle up to 600 watts. That's where that 600 watt number came from. So in reality, it never used anywhere near 600 watts. In fact, they have it rated at 450 watts like a 3090 Ti, but it never actually uses 450 watts unless you overclock it. So it ended up over-delivering because the public kept thinking, for whatever reason, that it was going to be a 600 watt graphics card. And then when they said it was a 450 watt TDP, they are still over-delivering because they underpromise and say 450 watts, but then in reality, it only uses more like, like almost like 360 watts, right? So that is an example of under-promising, over-delivering, because you tell someone it's spec'd for 450 watts, so they think, oh, it's going to use a ton of power. But then in reality, it actually only uses 360 watts. So now you're making it look better than what you said it was. So it ends up getting better reviews. It ends up getting a more positive perception. NVIDIA is very good at doing that. And the other thing that they do, and this is kind of what has prevented AMD from staying in the media spotlight long term, is whenever AMD tries to do the fast second to counter NVIDIA, historically, NVIDIA has always had an answer to AMD's counter, right? So, like, NVIDIA will launch something. They'll go first mover, and AMD will go fast second, and then NVIDIA will strike back shortly after with a response, typically a TI edition of, whatever they had. History has shown this many, many times. So 2013. Actually, you know what, guys? I should be using Paint. I should totally be using Paint to illustrate these points. I really should be using Paint right now. So hold on, where's because I think it's better to illustrate it this way. So in fact, I should probably just close out of Hogwarts because this isn't really gonna go anywhere. So hold on, let me bring up where's Paint. So I'll give you guys some good examples, and then we're probably gonna have to end the stream. So here's Paint. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and exit out of Hogwarts because we're done with Hogwarts. Okay. So what do I mean by NVIDIA always able to counter AMD? So 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So we have 2013. So what happened in 2013? NVIDIA launched GTX 780. That's the first mover. What did AMD respond with as the fast second? R9 290X. So this was faster than this. It's straight up won. But AMD held the performance crown for like a total of 1 month or something, maybe like a month and a half, because then NVIDIA like countered with this. See, so basically NVIDIA was able to keep AMD out of the spotlight because they were able to hold the performance crown again, right? So, and they did this on like an AMD year. So then we have 2014, which is, remember what I told you guys, even years are AMD years. Odd years are AMD years. Even years are NVIDIA years. So just to kind of paint this picture even further, if we bring in 2011 and 2012, well, I don't know why this isn't going the way it's supposed to, but anyway, you guys get the idea. So if we bring in 2011 and 2012, so remember what I said, odd years are AMD years, even years are NVIDIA years. Because what happened in 2011? HD 7970, the fastest GPU, and it was the king for like a total of like 3 or 4 months. And then what happened in 2012? GTX 680 took back the performance crown. But this is the rare instance in history where AMD, so NVIDIA went first mover because this is their year, 2012. But what did AMD do? AMD actually countered them with HD 7970 gigahertz edition. I remember they were advertising this as the Tahiti's half birthday. Like AMD's marketing sounds so cringy, but it was like Tahiti's half birthday. They were celebrating this in like the summer of 2012, if anybody remembers that. Because if you guys watch my GPU collection video, I actually have a 7970 gigahertz edition. It's the Asus Matrix Platinum. It is the only Asus graphics card that I've ever owned. It's an HD 7970 Asus Matrix Platinum, so it's a gigahertz edition, and that was a very good overclocker card. Basically, what the gigahertz edition was, well, as the name implies, out of the box, it runs at like 1 gigahertz. Then you could overclock this card to like 1200 megahertz. And some people, if they got really, really good silicon, if they won the silicon lottery, they could actually overclock these to close to 1300 megahertz. 1300 megahertz in 2012 was insane. So, especially on a big 384-bit graphics card like this with 3 gigabytes of memory. So this was the one time in history that I can think of where Nvidia goes first mover and it's Nvidia's turn, and then AMD like fires back and steals the performance crown from them. Because the 7000 series GPUs, a lot of people don't know this, but the 7000 series GPUs from AMD, I'm not talking about the current ones, I'm talking about the ones from a decade ago. Those were actually very successful graphics cards. AMD sold a ton of 7000 series GPUs. And then the very first Bitcoin and Litecoin cryptocurrency wave, it was known as the wave of 2014. That first crypto wave, a lot of these cards went to crypto during that time. So AMD sold a ton of like 7000 series GPUs. I do think Nvidia expected AMD to release a higher end GPU than what the XTX turned out to be. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think Nvidia thought they were going to do anything better. Nvidia's gotten to the point where Nvidia doesn't actually look at AMD when they're competing. Like Nvidia, so you guys need to realize Nvidia is in their own world. Like they don't view AMD as a threat, and they don't really view Intel as a threat either. At least not right now. But in 2013, you know, this is AMD's turn. They go and launch 290X, but then, you know, Nvidia takes the performance crown with the 780 Ti. So basically AMD did to Nvidia what Nvidia ended up doing for like a whole decade essentially. So 2014, this is AMD's year, but here's where things start going downhill for AMD, because 2014, that's Nvidia's year. Whoops, what am I talking about? I'm like 1 year off. So Nvidia launches GTX 980 and GTX 970 in 2014, and the 970 in particular was very, very successful. This is probably one of Nvidia's most successful GPUs ever, alongside the old 8800 GT. So from like 2007. So you know, 7 years later, they have like another huge bestseller with the GTX 970. So, and the reason why this was so popular was because the retail price was, well, the official MSRP was $329 for a 70 series card, and well, realistically, it sold more for like $379. That was the more realistic price. For what the AIB cards typically were selling for around there. But yeah, like that was probably one of their most successful cards ever. And here's the thing, in this year, it was Nvidia's turn, but AMD had no response. AMD literally had no response. Nvidia gained so much market share on the success of the GTX 970, all because AMD had no response that year, and they just basically let Nvidia have free reign for like a whole year, essentially. Intel is going to be a threat to Nvidia. I had a GTX 970 in a laptop, and it can still run modern games at a decent FPS. So that was 2014. So let's look at 2015. So what happened in 2015? It's AMD's turn. R9 Fury X, R9 Fury, and the R9 300 series. But the problem was the 300 series was mostly, well, not mostly, but it was partially a rebrand of the 200 series, which had launched in 2013. So they had a rebrand of a rebrand, because some of these GPUs were rebrands of 7000 series GPUs. So the reason why this was happening, the reason why rebrands were happening with AMD was because AMD was starved for cash. And we've talked about that in a previous live stream. So anyway, so that was 2015. But what happened in 2015? Nvidia countered. NVIDIA went and did fast second on AMD's first mover with GTX 980 Ti. GTX 980 Ti came in and like stole the performance crown from the Fury X. Like very, very shortly after. Literally like, in fact, I think, yeah, if I remember correctly, the GTX 980 Ti actually launched in front of the Fury X. Like they literally went and like launched it before they even officially launched this product. So, which kind of really hurt this product. The other thing that hurt the Fury X though was it was a liquid cooled only, and you know some people don't run liquid cooled AIO GPUs in their system. Like I personally never bought this GPU because it was only available in a liquid cooled version. That's the reason why I have the R9 Fury in my GPU collection video, because of that reason. So, so yeah, but the 980 Ti had a lot of like issues with the VRM, like basically burning up on it, and then the cards just die. Like this was probably one of the worst NVIDIA cards in terms of reliability. A ton of these died and had to be replaced under warranty, or out of warranty, and then it just kind of died or ended up in repair shops where someone had to resolder the entire thing. So basically, that was a 980 Ti. But see, the reason why I have these circled is because these are examples where NVIDIA went and did the second mover, the fast second, and it effectively like defeated AMD at their own party. Like this was AMD's turn, but NVIDIA ended up with the fastest GPU. This was AMD's turn, but NVIDIA still ended up with the fastest GPU. But when it was NVIDIA's turn to launch a new architecture, they were uncontested. So it's like, this was like the one time here where AMD actually went fast second and actually won. But the reality is like AMD's branding was never really strong compared to NVIDIA. So that's the reason why, like, even though they had the fastest GPU in 2012, very few people knew that or even cared. So then 2016 is the year it all like solidified in terms of NVIDIA's favor. So we had that GTX 1080 that year, and GTX 1070 and GTX 1060 all in the same year. Because the reason why this launched, the whole reason why the 1060 launched when it did was because AMD launched RX 480. They launched RX 480 that year. So NVIDIA's like, no, you can't have your Spotlight. So that's why 1060 came out when it did. Because typically, because if you guys remember, the 960 launched in the beginning of, I think it was like March or February of 2015. So it was like several months after the launch of these two. These two launched and sat there because AMD literally had nothing. So it's like, okay, we can keep on. NVIDIA's doing their classic strategy of, okay, gamers who can't afford these, they just have to buy the old 600 and 700 series. Too bad. That's what they would do. So, but they didn't launch, they didn't launch, how do I, well, whatever. How do I redo that? Oh, redo. So, like, oh wait, I don't want to do that. There. First GPU was GeForce 4. You played Counter-Strike 1.6 on a 56K modem. 1080 Ti was NVIDIA's best GPU. Well, we haven't even gotten to 1080 Ti yet. It needs to be around. Wait, what? Battlemage from Intel needs to beat the performance of 4070 Ti to even be impressed with Intel. Hold on. So, but see, what I'm saying is, in this year, NVIDIA's turn, no response. Free reign. Well, okay, there was a response here, but, you know, nothing like to get people to pay attention to them. So again, free reign, 2016. So then what happened in 2017? 2017, what you'll notice is that the timelines get longer and longer for AMD. So it's like, when was this? This was, okay, just to give you an example. This was November 2011. So basically, kind of like the 7900 XTX today, which launched in December. So this was November 2011, which means it was the end of the year, right? It was Q4, holiday season. This was the summer, but this is literally just a refresh. This was this was like August, September of 2013 was when they launched that. So it's like, okay, less than 2 years from this, because this was November, this was September, so almost 2 years, but not quite. But then this was September, this was like June, July, like somewhere in there. So still within 2 years. But now we come to 2017. So what happened was, if you guys remember, AMD launches this, NVIDIA counters with 780 Ti, like a month or two after the 290X. Then in 2015, even before AMD launches this, 980 Ti like comes out before it by like a few weeks. Now 2017 happens, so this is a AMD year. This is an AMD year. But what's notable about 2017, besides the fact that Ryzen first gen launched, what was the GPU that launched right alongside Ryzen 1800, like the first generation of Ryzen? What's the GPU? Let's see if the chat knows the answer. What GPU launched in the exact same time as Ryzen in 2017? What should you pair your 650 XT with? Probably the if you can wait, the 7800 X3D. But I assume you're talking about a gaming PC. Aaron, subscribe to the channel. Thanks for the sub. Okay, so the answers. So okay, the choices. People in the chat are saying. So 1080 Ti, 57. Okay, so the correct answer is Joel with the GTX 1080 Ti. This is the correct answer, and a lot of people are going to be shocked because it's like, okay, the 1080 Ti is as old as Zen 1. So it was the 1080 Ti, GeForce 4, GeForce 4, RX 570. RX 570 was in that year, but it wasn't at the same time. It was not in March of 2017. That was when 1080 Ti and Ryzen launched together. And the reason why I know this is because when I went to Micro Center, it's so vivid in my memory. There was so many people that lined up outside to buy a 1080 Ti, and they were also building a Ryzen system, or they weren't building a Ryzen system. So there were a lot of people at Micro Center that were there to get either the full system upgrade, meaning they're going to go Zen 1, aka Ryzen 7 1800X, or the Ryzen 7 1700 or whatever, and they're going to pair it up with one of those. So it's crazy. Like, it's insane, like how NVIDIA and AMD together were literally combining their forces together. Ryzen plus GeForce. So 1080 Ti. But this is an AMD year. This is an AMD year. Because remember what I said? Odd years are AMD years. So AMD, later on in the summer, came RX Vega 64 and RX Vega 56. But obviously, NVIDIA doesn't need to do anything because when these launched, this was March. These were like August when these things came out. Like, that's a long gap in the year between those two. And these, and you guys remember, these things competed with the 1080 and the 1070 from the previous year. So, and they used more electricity. So please keep the live stream. I want to. All my live streams stay up on the channel. Like they're all there. So okay. So the Vega 64 10. So okay. So this is basically AMD year. But guess who had the fastest GPU in an AMD year? There it is, GTX 1080 Ti, and it launched so much further in advance than Vega that it was like Vega was basically DOA that whole year. But AMD still ended up selling a ton of Vega because of what? So remember what I said earlier, I alluded to something that happened in this year. So in 2014, I guess I'll leave this on the chart. It was the very first cryptocurrency wave. It was the wave of 2014. It was the days of Bitcoin and Litecoin. That was when that happened. So then we come to 2018, but actually there was something that was happening in 2017, which was the second crypto wave. So then the crypto wave number 2 came, and a lot of people remember this wave because it was the first Ethereum wave. The first crypto wave was mostly Bitcoin and Litecoin. And then ASICs came out, and then people, like, ASICs showed up around here, and then you didn't need, like, GPUs for mining anymore. But back in the day, most people who were mining Bitcoin and Litecoin, especially Litecoin, were using HD 7000 series cards or R9 200 series cards, or in the case of the rebrand, R9 300 series cards. These were the cards that went to the mining population. So the reason why there was never really a problem for gamers in the first crypto wave was because gamers were too busy buying GTX 970 and then GTX 960, and you can ask anybody who was involved in the very first crypto wave, and all of them were buying AMD Radeon graphics cards for mining. So you had two demographics buying GPUs. You had Team Red GPUs going to mining, and you had Team Green GPUs going to gaming. So you did not see a problem with buying graphics cards during that era because the mining people were getting all their cards from AMD, and the gamers were getting their cards mostly from NVIDIA. So that is the reason why during this first era, I think most people probably have seen that whole like market share chart where it shows, you know, like NVIDIA and AMD's like market share gain. Like NVIDIA's up there and then AMD's like, you know, kind of like here, and then it just becomes like that. You guys remember that chart? If anybody knows what I'm talking about, like that's what it is. So basically this whole thing started happening where it goes up for NVIDIA to like 80% and, you know, down to like 20% for AMD because we're measuring the gaming market. And what did I just say? In 2014, during the first crypto wave, all the AMD cards were fulfilling the Litecoin and altcoins and Bitcoin mining craze. So that's where they mostly went to. So fast forward to the second crypto wave of 2017, and we had the exact same scenario play out. People were mining on 300 series. People were mining on RX 470, RX 480, RX 570, RX 580, and, believe it or not, GTX 1070. These were the cards of choice in the second crypto wave. And the reason why the GTX 1070 is on this list is because just like these cards, it had 8 gigabytes of GDDR5, I think 5 or 6, I think it was 5. Yeah, GDDR5 This is all GDDR5 memory, and this was the stuff. This was the stuff that you had to have to mine crypto efficiently, particularly the Samsung, I think it was the Samsung GDDR5, and the second best was like the Hynix GDDR5, and the Micron was like the worst one. So the reason why people bought GTX 1070, in addition to all those Radeon cards for mining, was because it did not include GDDR5X, which was made by Micron, and that's what the 1080 and the 1080 Ti had, and mining people avoided that because it wasn't as good. So 1070 was like the best NVIDIA card for mining, but it was way more expensive than the AMD equivalents. So the AMD equivalents, once again, sold out in droves for the mining of Ethereum. I remember going to Fry's Electronics, back when Fry's Electronics was still around, and going into the store, and I remember there was somebody in front of me asking the sales guy, I remember hearing the phrase, "Do you guys have any RX 570s in stock? Do you guys have any RX 570s in stock?" And I immediately knew that the fact that he was saying it like it was plural, kind of like he wanted to buy more than one, I immediately knew that guy is trying to do Ethereum mining on the RX 570. The RX 570 by far was the most popular GPU in 2017 for Ethereum mining. I tried it. I actually tried it during 2017. So I did delve into like crypto in 2017. That was the only time like I tried to mine Ethereum. But it was something that I didn't really want to do long term because, you know, you're running your GPU essentially at full tilt. The fan profile's spinning at 100%. And then obviously you could do things like undervolting it, and typically it will be stable with the undervolt because there's not really any change in the load. There's not a lot of weird voltage transients, unlike with gaming, for instance. But yeah, I played around with Ethereum mining in 2017, but like in the last crypto wave, I didn't bother to do anything with it in terms of mining. So yeah, this is the reason why. So during this time, once again, you had gamers buying NVIDIA, and you had mining people buying AMD. So that is the reason why there was never really a serious problem with people trying to get a GPU, because there was a balance. Except for people who wanted a GTX 1070. But then NVIDIA launched the GTX 1070 Ti in November of 2017, and that kind of alleviated the problem. And then, of course, like a few months later, like in January of 2018, the crypto market crashed. So that's kind of how that happened. So in 2018, we know this is an NVIDIA year. Everybody knows what launched in 2018. The more you buy, the more you save. RTX 2080 Ti and 2080. This is how you know, and 2070. This is how you know NVIDIA was not that confident in their product, because this was one of the few times in NVIDIA's company history where they actually launched a Ti variant at the same time as the introduction of their new architecture. This is what is a unique thing about the 20 series, which is also very telling of how bad that generation was. So the fact that they launched the Ti together at the same time as the 2080 proved that it was not really anything to write home about. So that was an NVIDIA year, and once again, there was no response from AMD. So then we come to 2019, and this was the last year before everybody knows what happened with the malware scenario. This was like the end of a decade here. But this was an AMD year, and what did we get? Letdowns like Radeon 7 on February 7th. They tried to do like some funny marketing, like February 7th Radeon 7, but it just, okay, it's like that didn't work. So then in the summer, they did July 7th. They did, of 2019, was Ryzen 9 3900X. The first Ryzen 9, they launched X570 which introduced PCI Gen 4 for the very first time. And so, okay, this was Zen 2. And the very first PCI Gen 4 graphics cards, the 5700 XT and the 5700. So this was like the big turning point for AMD. Not so much that Radeon 7, but this stuff was what was like a big deal, because this was the first time where we got a CPU that was more than 8 cores on the consumer desktop platform. Later on that year, they did launch the 3950X, but this was like toward the end of the year. This was like, I think, November or something. But this was like all on July 7, 2019. All this stuff showed up. And so PCI Gen 4 is not new, right? Like 2019. But this was the only platform that could do Gen 4. And this was in 2019. So this was probably one of AMD's more, I guess, successful years. But the reality was it was more so successful on the CPU side and less so on the GPU side. What's unique about this year is this is the year that NVIDIA didn't actually do anything in terms of trying to like steal the thunder from AMD, because I feel like at this point in time, NVIDIA had gotten to a point where they're now in their own world and they no longer really think too much about what AMD does when it comes to the graphics cards. So this is where they, because you guys remember, they introduced ray tracing even though no one really cared. Remember the whole 10 gigaраys? I love gigaраys. Remember that whole meme? The more you buy, the more you save in the gigaраys, the 10 gigaраys. That was 2018. That was when NVIDIA, like, their image kind of changed and they went from being like this gamer-oriented company to really trying to push into AI and these other sort of like key differentiating features that are based off of machine learning. So like the tensor cores and all the other stuff. So the DLSS was introduced, and of course ray tracing. So this is where there was an inflection point where NVIDIA now no longer considered AMD a real threat, and they're just going to do their own thing. And they were so confident that they dropped their very iconic GTX branding for the vast majority of their higher-end graphics cards. They still had GTX 1660 Ti. Oh yeah, that's right, GTX 1660. GTX 60, well, we don't even need to show it because it's like, who cares, right? Like, that came out in 2019, but nobody cares. So then we come to 2020. We all know what happened that year. This is the year where everything just fell apart, but this is an NVIDIA year. RTX 3090, even though it launched after this one. So we're going to put it in this order. RTX... Did 3070 launch? I think 3070 did launch at the end of the year. But here's where things get really weird. I'm just going to remove 3070 just so that it doesn't look so messy. But here is where things got really weird. Because for the first time in history, AMD goes and launches... They try to make a concentrated effort to crash NVIDIA's party. This was like the first time, like the last time AMD did this. Now, granted, ultimately the 3090, the 8K gaming graphics card, as NVIDIA called it, was still like the fastest one. But at $1,500, at that point in time, the general public largely ignored it. kind of like a Titan, because it's $1,500. So it's like, who's gonna waste $1,500 on a graphics card, right? Unless you're unless you're gonna use it for like production or something. So 2020 was a dark. Yeah, this was the start of what's known in PC gaming history as the dark. Well, not just PC gaming, also console gaming. This is known as the dark times. The dark times started in this year. So everybody knows. We don't need to iterate too much on that, but this is the dark times. This was also the year that Zen 3 launched. Zen 3 launched, aka Ryzen 5000 series, launched in the dark times. So that's when we got like, basically this. So the reason why I'm pointing these out is because this was the first time AMD tied Intel. So basically, what do I mean by that? Ryzen 7 3800X equals i7 9900K. Like, this is largely a fact. So this is, now in some games, obviously the Intel one would still win, and then in other ones, but it was more rare, the AMD one would win. But for most scenarios, these CPUs were pretty much identical in performance across the board. So why is it significant? Because this is the first time in like, what, 15 years or so, 13 years, that AMD finally managed to tie Intel. But so it got them on the radar. And that's the reason why there's a ton of people with, you know, the Ryzen 5 3600, for instance, because it put AMD on the radar, and now it's like they're actually equal to Intel. But why is Zen 3 such a big deal? Because Zen 3 was the first time that AMD actually beat Intel in the CPU space. Like, this was the first time that AMD's x86 architecture was actually better than Intel in every metric measurable. So this was like the home run win that they finally got after, like, what, the last time AMD was faster than Intel objectively was prior to 2006. So we're talking like AMD 64 Athlon days. In like my very first PC, for example, was like the time when AMD was at the top of the game. So anyway, we all know what happened here. And now, to make things worse for everybody, the dark times also the stars aligned during the dark times, and it also signified the start of the third crypto wave, which, unlike the previous crypto waves, actually lasted significantly longer than the prior two, which is what really, really made it the dark times. So we had what? The crypto craze, we had the human malware, and to top it off, we had the supply chain shortages. So that's a pretty terrible time to be in the computer hardware space. Despite an era where we had some of the best competition across the board in terms of computing, because what did we get in 2021? This is an AMD year. What did we get? We got like nothing. We got 3080 Ti. We got 3080 Ti for $1,200, and like 6700 XT, and the other Radeon stuff, this and this. But it's like, okay, these are really like, I don't know. Like, this is so this is an AMD year, but AMD kind of like launched their products at the very end. So think like December, November of 2020. They basically did what they did like back in 2011. So it seems like that was like, what, 10 years? That's like 10 years ago. Wow. Oh no, like almost 9 years. 2020 was a dark year all around. Yeah. Well, I mean, so it's like, it's weird because 2020 was a bad year, but 2021 was actually probably a worse year, honestly. Like, this was probably the peak. This was the pinnacle of the dark times, 2021. The 6800 was launched alongside... Yeah, it was. I didn't include it because I don't want this chart to get super messy, but yeah, it was. It was there. We're not going to add it, but yeah. The 6800 and the 6800 XT launched together in November of 2020. Like, what's the other interesting thing? Like, do you guys remember what it is? What else? Okay, let me ask the chat. What else launched in 2020 alongside the 6800 XT and the 6800? There was 2 other products that AMD had developed the hardware for that also, well, actually technically 3. So there's 3, but we'll just say 2. But anyway, that might give away the answer. But what are the 3 other products that AMD helped develop? Now, I think I just kind of gave it away. No, not 3070. I'm talking about products that AMD developed, not NVIDIA. Did the 3070 launch? Did the 3070 launch in... I don't think it did. Yes. The answer is the PS5 and the Xbox Series X and the S. This is the reason why, in my mind, 2020 was like the most crazy jam-packed year ever for like any sort of like gaming related hardware, because you basically got Zen 3, you got the fastest gaming CPU platform, which was so energy efficient, and you got, you know, like all this new hardware from NVIDIA, all this new hardware from AMD. I mean, even in the consoles, you got a whole new console generation. So 2020, even though it was the first year of the dark times, it was like one of the biggest years. Xbox, yeah, the S was in there too. Yep, the S was in there too. Because I kind of hinted at it. I said 2 or 3, but we're, yeah. So all 3, all the new console generation came along right alongside RTX 30, well, a few months after, but literally all this stuff, the 6800, the XT, the PS5, the Xbox, all those products all launched in November of 2020. They all dropped like literally within a 2-week time frame of each other. Year of the scalpers. Yeah, this was the year where you had to, like, this was such a weird year, because this was the year where you had the John Travolta meme streams show up that would, like, live stream for literally infinity. And then you had, like, people, like, you had to watch people like Jake Randall, like, of all the, like, things, like, literally people started YouTube channels to showcase drops and to help people buy PlayStation 5s. It was such a weird time, because you couldn't go anywhere. You know, everyone was on lockdown mostly. Like, no one was traveling for work, or very few people were. And then, like, you were stuck in your house or your apartment. And then you had to watch Jake Randall if you wanted a PlayStation 5. I mean, that's how I got mine. It was so stupid. Like, it's like, okay, I tried to get a 3080, failed. I never bothered to try to get a 3090, so I don't even know how that played out, but I assume it was like the same story. I tried to get a 6800 XT, failed. 6800 failed. PlayStation 5 got it on launch day because of the Jake Randall live stream. And because I managed to get it from a website that everybody thought was like a scam website, but it actually was a legitimate company called Ant Online, Atlanta Network Technologies, of all places. I mean, that's where I got my PS5 from, and it was a big bundle with like Miles Morales, Demon Souls, and some other one of the Call of Duty games and like some other game. So that's how I got my PS5 on launch day. I never bothered to get the Xbox, although I considered it, but I just kept thinking, like, okay, if I get Xbox, it's just gonna sit around and collect dust. Because the problem with Xbox is, like, so many of the games are rolling out on the PC now. So that was the problem for that. So I didn't bother to get Xbox, but I kind of still want one, only because it's the best way to play, like, backwards compatible, old school, like, Xbox original games and 360 games. So I still might end up getting one someday. Like, once they release, like, a revised version of it, like on a node shrink or something, then I might actually get an Xbox Series X. But I managed to succeed. I managed to succeed in getting the 6900 on launch day, because this one was weird. This one I'll never forget. This one was December 8th, 2020 was the launch of the 6900 XT. This was like such a momentous occasion, because it was like the first time AMD like actually had a graphics card that could go toe to toe with Nvidia's best. Oh wow, thanks for the sub. Hope you guys, so the new subscribers to the channel, if you guys have any questions on anything, like, feel free to just like message something in the chat if you have a question on any of these things we're talking about. But yeah, 2020, to summarize, it was the year of the scalpers. It was the year you couldn't go anywhere. It was the year where, like, at the beginning of the year, like, you couldn't buy toilet paper, or it was, like, super hard. It was, like, such a really weird year. It even upscales some Yeah, that's kind of why I want one. I want one for reasons that you wouldn't expect. So I guess the whole comment asking if I was into, like, retro gaming, like Digital Foundry's retro videos, I guess the answer is yes, for, like, the 6th generation of consoles. So, like, Xbox, like, the Xbox original and PlayStation 2. So, yeah, somewhere around there. The Last of Us. Oh, yeah, The Last of Us was the other game that was bundled with the PS5. The Last of Us year. Yeah. Pretty much. So then 2021, this was kind of, in my mind, like, 2021 was the biggest, like, throwaway year. This was kind of like the year that literally, like, nothing significant happened. In the CPU space, do you guys know what we got in 2021? Intel 11th gen. So we got Rocket League, my favorite. We got Rocket League in March of 2021. It was so cool in a way that people would just make fun of it, I guess, for really no good reason. Like, I still like Intel Rocket League. Hey David, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub. The Last of Us, yeah. So this was a very depressing year, I would say. Like, not really just because of hardware, but more so because you couldn't actually buy anything. Like, 2021 was the year, unless you wanted an Intel 11th gen Rocket League, you know, these were readily available. These were super readily available. The problem was you couldn't buy any of these things because they were scalped constantly. I mean, the consoles were scalped constantly too. Probably more so than the GPUs. But the thing is, you couldn't buy, like, anything at a normal price. So it's like, oh, and when I say you couldn't buy it, either you literally couldn't buy it, or the only option was a scalper, which it's like, I would never do that. So it's like, forget it. So that's the reason why I say you couldn't buy anything in 2021. 2021, in my mind, was largely a worse year than 2020. Because 2021 was the year, I'll never forget, 2021 is the year of the silicon supply shortages, or just supply shortages in general. The GPU is much harder to get than a Series X. Yeah, well, the Series X was really hard to get for, like, the first year of its release. Like, you you started seeing Series X, like, if you really tried to get one, you could get one, like, from, like, during the time of, like, April through the summer of 2021. It was not super hard to get them. You only had to refresh the Best Buy website for 12 hours, well, for 12 hours, you know, 12 hours. And stay awake for 40 hours. Yeah, exactly. I remember the PS5. I remember doing the exact same thing for the PS5. But then somebody in the Jake Randall live stream, like, just blurted out in the chat, Anthon Line has them. Anthon Line has them. So, I was so desperate, so I was like, okay, what is this website? Anthon Line? What is this? And it looked like a legitimate... In fact, let's go to that website right now. Let's go look at Anthon Line. It's been a long time since I've been at Anthon Line. Let's check out Anthon Line. This is an awesome website. This is like one of the most underrated, like, under the radar sites. If you're based in the US, at least. Like, check this out. Okay, what are they doing? Tax refund sale. Look at this. Tax refund sale. They have a Ryzen in the tax refund, and they got all these laptops. But anyway, okay, GeForce RTX 40 series laptops, beyond fast. They've got them ready. So, this is where I got my PlayStation 5. Anthon Line. Like, this is legit, like, one of the best, like, under-the-radar, low-key websites. If you wanted to buy a PlayStation 5, like, they legit had these on launch day when everyone else was constantly sold out from scalpers. But then literally after like 10 minutes of that chat message in the Jake Randall stream, like, these were gone. Like, I got mine and I got my confirmation email, and then literally like 2 minutes after, they were just straight up gone. So... And then they were constantly scalped as well, because once the scalpers find out, they just converge on the target. So it's like target acquired. Here we go. So, but yeah, this site, like, is a legit site. They're based out of Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta Network Technologies is what they stand for. Or, like, let's find the because I was trying to make sure, like, are these guys not like a scam? Is this an actual thing? Like, is this for real? About Anthon Line. For over 25 years, America's premier online retailer of cutting-edge gaming. And I was like, okay, this was 2020. I'm like, I have never heard of these guys. But apparently it pays to watch live streams on YouTube, because that's where I found out about this. And I managed to get mine on launch day. Shout out to the legend in the chat, yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, these guys, like, if you're looking for, like, professional GPUs, like, I think these have the NVIDIA ones, too. Yeah, see, like, these guys have the Quadros and stuff. Well, those aren't really current anymore, but, yeah, they've got a lot of, like, gaming stuff. I was surprised. Like, the processors, do they have the modern ones? Okay, so they've got the... These guys don't have the 3D. Oh, man, I should have checked these guys yesterday on the previous live stream when someone was looking for the X3D. We forgot to check Anthon Line, but yeah, no, these guys don't have them. Or they're already sold out for the 3D stuff. They got Threadripper Pro. They got some, like, game bundle stuff, too, which is interesting. So, but yeah, I haven't really used these guys beyond the PlayStation 5, just because I typically prefer Micro Center, just because it's more convenient to just return something, and typically Micro Center just has better bundle deals. But yeah, you got yours in November of 20. Oh, that means you got yours at launch. Okay. Well, yeah, you just said 40 hours though. Like, I was doing the exact same thing, because that's how I got my PS5 on launch day. So 2021 was the big, like, invisible blur of a year that people just kind of forget that it was there. And then we got 2022, which was obviously last year. Last year, we all know what happened. We got RTX well, first we got Zen 4, then we got RTX 4090 and Arc from Intel. So we got the Arc A700, so the 770 and the 750. And then we got in October. But see, the problem with 2022 was almost like a repeat of 2020. The only difference was crypto was not on the rise. And we were like, the supply shortages were in the rearview mirror at this point. And so things were like on the way up. Like things were looking more positive in 2022 compared to 2020. So 2020 was like entering into the dark times. 22 was exiting the dark times. But the problem, and I've complained about this with people at Micro Center, like whenever I shop there, like my complaint with product like PC enthusiast hardware is like, why is it all crammed into like a 90-day window? Like everything is getting launched in a 90-day window. So it's very, very hard for the average consumer to budget for these sort of products. Like it's insanely hard now when you cram everything into the end of the year. And considering it's also the holiday season when, you know, you got to be doing like holiday shopping for family members and stuff. And it's like now they're going to go and throw all this other hardware at me. So it's just a huge mess. So because we had what? End of September was Zen 4. Then October were these two, and 13th gen. 13th was also in there. So Intel 13 gen was in there. And then we had RTX 4080 was literally like by itself in November. I'm trying to think, was anything else in November? I don't think so. I think it was literally just the 4080. And then December was RX 7900, XTX, and XT. So it's like all the stuff, once again, got crammed into like a 90-day window. And it's like, why is this a thing now? So it's like ever since 2020, AMD's like, you know what? We're not going to follow this stupid like leapfrog, like odd years are my years, even years are your years. And now it's like AMD's like, okay, you know what? We're just going to like launch our stuff like right alongside. I don't know why they do that. I don't think that's a good thing. Whoops. I think that's kind of like a bad approach. Personally, I feel like they should probably stagger their launches away from NVIDIA. But I guess the reason why AMD's doing this is because it's like, okay, if they're going to try to crash the party, like, you can't do it because we came to your party too. See, that's the only way I can see them doing that. So I'm trying to remember, why did we talk about all these GPU timelines again? What was the original reason for this? I don't even remember. Like, we were talking about something in like Hogwarts Legacy, and then it gives fanboys from both camps something to chat about, I guess. But see, here's the really big problem. So here's the big problem. So what's unique about last year is, if you guys look at 2020's product launch, 2020 crammed these things in a 90-day window. But what's different is in the 2022 launch of Q4, we didn't have consoles. Instead, we got Intel GPUs, and then Intel's like, hey, we want to launch our CPUs too. Don't forget about us. So now they went and threw their CPUs in there also. So it's like, oh, that just makes things even worse. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention that we also got Alder Lake in November of 2021. Alder Lake was like, because Rocket Lake was quote unquote so bad that they're like, you know what? This was supposed to be in this year, but let's just go ahead and like move it forward. So they went and launched this in 2021. Yeah. That was 2021, November. So it was like, we got 11th gen in, I think it was March, April. And then we got this in like November. of the same year. It's like every time Intel does like 2 generations in a single year, that always means that something did not go according to plan. Wait, what? First mover, fast second? Well, that's not fast second. Oh, you mean first mover, fast second? I think that's what you mean? Because that's essentially what that is. And then you had, okay. The problem was NVIDIA went first mover, and then we have this for you guys. Oh, and then we also have the other 4080, but we're not going to talk about that. We're going to unlaunch that. So just forget about that. And then AMD's like, well, hold on. I want to be fast second. But it's like, this thing is, well, I don't know. The thing is, a lot of people seem to forget that price is actually a thing. Like, it's one thing to claim that, oh, I've got the fastest GPU, but it's like, when you look at how much it costs, it's like, it doesn't really look so good when it's that much money. So whereas I personally think that the 4080 would have probably been perceived a little bit more positively if they launched it first. Like, if you guys look at 2020, the 3080 was first. In September of 2020 was the launch of the RTX 3080. Then, I think it was about a month later, they launched 3090 for $1,500. And the reason why I think the 3080 was perceived so well, even though you couldn't buy one, you know, the MSRP was $700. Then they went and did like $1,500 MSRP on the 8K card, and that just didn't really sit well with a lot of people. So what really ended up happening was everybody was looking at this thing, even though they couldn't buy one because of scalpers, and they were largely ignoring this thing. But the problem is, this time around, history has played out differently for NVIDIA, because NVIDIA went and did, you know, they went and did, well, now we're running out of space, but they went and did $1,600 for the RTX 4090, but they went and launched it first. For some weird reason, they decided to launch it first. And I think that ultimately backfired on them in terms of how it hurt the perception of the 4080. But the other thing that I think hurts the 4080, and this is probably what really hurts the 4080, is this rather unreasonable high price of this card. Now, the reason why NVIDIA is able to get away with this robbery is because they've went ahead and priced this card so high to begin with, that it's like, well, if they really wanted to, they could charge, you know, $700-800 for the 4080, because what's stopping them from doing that when they literally did that back in 2020? You guys see what I'm saying? They literally did that in 2020. But this time around, they launched the more expensive part first, so that hurts the image of this one. And then they had like the price of the second one was so much higher than a previous 80 series card, where it's like it really, really hurts the perception of that product. The 7900 XT is available for $799 right now. Yeah, and the thing is, at that MSRP, that's, well, first of all, that card's even at 800, that card's, or even at 900, the XT is better than the 4070 Ti. The 4070 Ti is just way too expensive for $800 for what it is. The 3080 was, oh yeah, the 38K, yeah, that's the 3090 8K. The 3080 was also a lot closer in performance to the 3090 last generation as well. Betting yeah, I guess. Betting the $1,400 4080 Ti is coming next January. No, it's coming sooner than that, Dizzy. It's coming this year. Just FYI, 4080 Ti is coming this year. And we can prove that without even knowing anything about leaks. But you can never buy the 3080 at MSRP. What's coming next year is the 4090 Ti. That's coming next year. Unless, okay, the only thing that could be different is you guys have to remember there were those leaks of that Titan, that RTX 40 series Titan. If that thing does in fact exist, then maybe that could be coming this year. But I don't know. Because we saw the leaked cooler design. So I don't know. Betting that the $1,400 4080, yeah, okay, you can never buy the 3080 at MSRP, and that's, yeah, but honestly, like, you couldn't do that for any of these things. Like, you couldn't buy any graphics card at all at MSRP in 2020 and 2021. Like, unless you did the Best Buy subscription thing, and unless you like went to the drop and lined up outside Best Buy when they did those drops at the few specific Best Buys that actually had those things going on, that was like literally the only way you could get one at MSRP during the dark times. You're still waiting for the 4030 leaks. The lowest in NVIDIA series, 4060. The 3090 Ti was a slop. I doubt 40. We haven't even talked about that. The 3090 Ti, for those wondering, the 3090 Ti launched last year. I didn't even include it, but here it is, guys. You guys wanted to see it. There it is. It is a 2022 product. So 3090 Ti is unique in that it launched during the dark times, but it launched at the end of the dark times, or like almost at the end of the dark times. Not quite. It was like 2 months early before the dark times finally faded away into oblivion. But it launched, and it has an MSRP of $2,000 for the 3090 Ti. And the reason why NVIDIA could get away with absolute highway robbery with this is because it launched during the dark times. Whereas these things launched at the end, where it was after the dark times. That's why. I doubt the 4090 Ti comes. Will they have to make a Titan so the deep pocket bros and COD bros make a switch? Even though COD's actually better on Radeon? That's funny. The 4090 Ti will only be 10% faster. I think people joke about like the COD bros nowadays. Like even in like the real world, for people that don't even play games, it's funny. 4090 Ti will only be 10% faster than 4090. Yeah, so is this. This is 10% faster than 3090. It's gonna be the same thing, same kind of scaling. Yeah, but the fact that it exists, right? The fact that the 142 SMs exists means that there will be either a 4090 Ti or a Titan. However they want to brand that, that's up to NVIDIA. But essentially, there will be a 4090 Ti or a Titan. One or the other. Or who knows, maybe both. I mean, I don't know why. Like, what's to stop them from having multiple SKUs? Like, nothing stopped NVIDIA from having, you know, a 6GB 1060, a 3GB 1060, a 1660 Ti, a 1660, a 1660 Super, a 60. You know what I'm saying? Like, nothing's stopping them. Don't even get me started on the whole Titan naming. The Titan X, the Titan X Maxwell, the Titan Z, the Titan X Pascal, the Titan X Big P, the Titan X Little P. You know, so it's like nothing's stopping them from doing Titan and 4090 Ti and 4080 Ti. So it's like there's nothing stopping them from making all three SKUs. But I can tell you right now, most likely this year, there will be a 4080 Ti. And then early next year, meaning sometime between January and the end of March of next year, so pretty much a year from now, we'll probably see a 4090 Ti, unless they decide to launch some kind of Titan this year, because they have done stuff like that in the past. So the reason why I can make these predictions with relatively high accuracy is because I understand the timeline. I look at history. I look at patterns and data and facts on how these things played out in the last 10 years. That is how I can make these predictions without any kind of leaks, without talking to anybody at NVIDIA. And I've been able to make these statements with high accuracy on live streams in the past without doing any kind of leaks and nothing. Like I told people, I said like months ago, I said the RDNA 3 GPUs are probably going to be in December at the very end of the year. And guess what? I was absolutely right. And I said RTX 40 series is coming in Q4. Now, I don't know what month or what week, but it's going to be in Q4. And lo and behold, October and November, 4090 and 4080. The only one that kept eluding me was Intel Arc. Intel Arc was the one where I was like, okay, it's coming in July. And then it's like, it didn't come in July. And I was like, okay, that means it's going to come in late August. Right alongside Sumeru drop in Genshin Impact. I was like, nope, didn't show up either. So then I was like, okay, well now I don't know what's going on with Arc. But that was like the one thing that I couldn't predict. And the reason why I couldn't accurately predict Arc was because there's no history. There's no timeline of Intel GPUs to go off of. The GPU I really want to see is the 800 XT. That is coming soon. That is probably going to be announced sometime, if not like at the end of this month. We will catch wind of that. The rumors will start showing up for a 7800 XT, like literally either the end of this month with an announcement at some point in Q2 and probably launching in June, if I had to guess. Maybe May, but probably June. For the 7800 XT. And news flash alert, sometime in the summer is when we're supposed to be getting a 4080 Ti. So just kind of throwing that out there too. I think it will depend on GDDR7X, like why. That has nothing to do with those GPUs though. If that isn't ready, it won't be. No, I don't think so. Like the Ada GPUs aren't gonna use GDDR7X. That's gonna be like RTX 50 series. AMD needs to find a way to match 4090 with a refresh. If they do, they will sell out naturally and not from lack of stock. You want to see an Intel Battlemage GPU as fast as a 7900 XT for $500? Yeah, that's gonna be 2024. Battlemage is 2024, so it's too far off for me to comment on. AMD's not focused on beating... No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, Joel. I think AMD is trying their best to compete. It's just a really, really hard battle against NVIDIA. Like, that's a very, very tall order. To top NVIDIA is a monumental task. As history has shown. Everything that we have shown on this screen... basically solidifies what I just said. Trying to beat NVIDIA at their own game is very, very hard. And we've talked about first mover versus fast second and all that stuff, and how NVIDIA has flipped that game against AMD, and how AMD's tried to like basically do the same thing and then beat NVIDIA at their own game, and then it just kind of, you know, doesn't really work when NVIDIA can just hard counter them with some faster GPU that they just held back on releasing for that very purpose. You know, those kind of things. So the fact that like AMD does need something that can beat the 4090, but you know, we just talked about the 142 SMs from Nvidia, aka 4090 Ti. So we already know Nvidia has that. So it's like, even if AMD went, see what I'm saying is it goes back to what we just said earlier about the R9 290X. The R9 290X came out, and then literally like a month and a half later, Nvidia hard counters with 780 Ti, and just like, okay, well, so much for your win. We just like win again. And then the same thing with here. Nvidia was so confident, they go and launch 980 Ti like right even weeks before the Fury X shows up. So it's like this thing shows up already like supposed to be the new flagship, but it already loses day one. And then 2017, Vega 64 comes out in the summer, but 1080 Ti was like winter of that year. So it's like March, right? So it's like, okay. This is the reason why 2020 was such a huge year for AMD. So this is the reason why I keep telling people, like, RDNA 2 is literally AMD's best GPU launch in a decade. Because the last really good AMD launch was the 7970 in 2011. So literally 9 years later, it took them 9 years. 9 years to finally like repeat the success that they had from nearly a decade ago. See, think about that. Meanwhile, that whole decade is full of like Nvidia generational wins. And think about what that does for your brand. Think about what all this stuff does for like mind share and the psychological effect on people when they're buying a product. So it's a massive, when I say it's a monumental task to defeat Nvidia, like, I'm not overstating that at all. In fact, that might be understating it. I believe it is a very impressive thing that the 7900 XT matches the 3090 Ti and beats it. And don't forget that the 7900 XT is way more energy efficient than the 3090 Ti. Way more energy efficient. But, you know, we're talking about TSMC versus Samsung. So, I mean, that's mainly the reason or the answer there. 700 XT only matches this at hybrid RT since its path tracing is 3070 level. Whatever. In rasters, in my mind, they're the same. In my mind, they're the same because I still don't measure graphics cards' capability based off of their RT performance. Let's put it this way: until we get to a point where ray tracing runs natively in game engines all the time, it's not like something that you like turn on or turn off or whatever. I'm still gonna measure things objectively based off of rasterization performance. And I think that's the correct way to do it. There's too many games, like in the ecosystem, in the gaming industry in general, there's just too many games that launch with, you know, like subpar RT implementations that, like, yeah, I can't objectively base a GPU, like compare, yeah, you can compare RT performance between GPUs all day, but it's like at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because if like Timmy Joe or whoever, Timmy Joe, that's actually a person, that's actually a former YouTuber. I shouldn't use his name, but I'm like if you know, the average Joe or somebody, like wants to play like Hogwarts Legacy or Wolong Fallen Dynasty or some whatever game that comes out this year, Final Fantasy 16, right? Like, or whatever, like some game, some AAA game. You know, you can't really measure their GPU's performance purely on the RT performance, because you're taking a massive gamble in terms of trying to determine, like, is that game actually doing RT efficiently? Is its implementation actually good? You know, as a lot of these games that we've looked at recently, not so much. So the way I see it, it's like, right now, like for my GPU test suite, like if I'm gonna do a GPU comparison, I'm gonna be doing 3090 Ti and 7900 XT, and then if I'm doing older GPUs, I'm gonna be doing 3080 Ti and either the 6900 or the 6950 XT. The consoles are not able to run RT, and that is why when we get it in game, it's done so poorly that it isn't making a huge difference. Because it isn't using full path tree. I know. We talked about it before, but the reality is, you know, you have to stick to the constraints of the environment that we're in, and that's the reason why. Because I don't even know if consoles are to blame. Like, because it's not like every single game that has come out, regardless of whether it's meant to be on console first. It's not like those games have great RT implementations or not. I personally think that the best RT implementations have been added to older games. You know, like in its pure form, like Quake 2. But the thing is, you're talking about a really, really old game, and you're just throwing RT on there, and it's like it was never really hard to run on modern hardware in the first place. So, like, the game itself, so like Quake. But speaking of games developed for console versus PC, or I guess just not meant for console, There was something I was just thinking of. Like, the thing I was thinking of was, this goes back to what we said hours ago at the start of the stream when I was still playing Hogwarts Legacy on stream. I do think that games that are meant for console, or like they're developed for console first, they benefit from that unified memory architecture that the consoles have. Like, they're designed coding-wise to benefit from that architecture. So I do think AMD has some good insight into how to offset that disadvantage that PCs have compared to consoles when it comes to efficiency. And I think throwing cache at the problem via, you know, like the X3D CPUs, for example, is one way of doing that. Because I think what we'll notice, if you go look at benchmarks of games that prefer the X3D, like a 5800 X3D, for instance, or even like these new AMD Zen 4, like, you know, like basically this CPU, the 750 X3D, I wonder how many games where a 3D Vcache CPU wins over a, you know, like a standard 7950X or an Intel processor, where those processors have higher frequency. I wonder how many games where the 3D Vcache wins were originally meant for console, and then they were ported to PC, and the Vcache helps alleviate the disadvantage that they have on PC. Whereas games that were not made for console initially actually do better on higher frequency based processors, aka the standard Zen 4 or Intel's 13th generation. So I wonder, like, I haven't really looked into it too much, but I would almost wager that console-based games ported to PC run best on the 3D Vcache CPUs from AMD, and ones that were not designed for console probably run better on the higher frequency options. That's something that I probably am going to look into for another video. Modern games, I think Metro Exodus Enhanced Edition is the best showcase. Look at Plague Tale Requiem when the 4090 is 330% faster at the same settings without any upscaling than a PS5. Does Plague Tale run on, like, is Plague Tale a PC only game? Like, I don't even know what that's on. Is it on the consoles? Or is it only PC? A Plague Tale Requiem. Oh, it's on PS5. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's on PS5. And Xbox. It's on all of them. But what I don't know is, like, what was this game originally designed for? That's the question. So the question is, was the game originally designed for the consoles first, and then ported later on in the development cycle for the PC release? Or was the game developed from the ground up without thinking about the console architecture at the start, and then it was kind of ported over to console like halfway through or something? Yeah, I know it's on console PC, but the question is, like, what was it primarily developed for initially? Because I think that's going to tell us the answer. Designed for PC. Yeah, I would think so too. Generally games that have very good high polygon count and very high visual fidelity tend to be more like PC centric as opposed to it being the other way around. Although, I don't know, because, Forspoken is kind of that weird outlier, although, I don't know. Forspoken's like a really, really weird game. You think it was designed for... Okay. Since PS5 is Zen 2, how much faster would it run if PS5 Pro is to get X3D cache? I honestly think that... Well, I don't know if console architecture needs 3D cache. Because it's... That's a really good question, 9000. That's like a really good question. Because I really don't know the answer to that. Because console architecture is significantly different from PC architecture, because it's a unified memory subsystem. So it's like you don't have as much latency on the console when you're talking to the memory subsystem. So I guess the question is, would the X3D cache benefit the console in the same manner? Like, I really don't know because of that. Because you're talking like unified memory versus cache. And maybe, but it's like, would it be a tangible benefit? I don't know. Like, it might not be noticeable. Like, the improvement may or may not even be significant. Yeah, PS5 Pro could possibly be Zen 3. It could possibly be Zen 3 because, remember, Zen 2 is kind of gone. But just because Zen 2 is gone doesn't mean that TSMC can't make Zen 2 anymore. Because ultimately, Sony is the one who places the orders for Zen 2 for the PS5's SoC, not AMD. So a lot of people don't know this. Like, a lot of people don't understand that... wait, not this. That's Plague Tale. Where is it? Oh, it's right there in front of me. Like when you order wafer production from TSMC, like the person who is ordering PlayStation 5 chips is Sony, and the person, or the company I should say, ordering wafers for Xbox is Microsoft. It is not AMD. AMD co-developed the SoC, but AMD is not ordering those chips. Like, Sony and Microsoft are ordering those chips. If you guys look at the teardown of these consoles, you will literally see on the die that it says Sony Computer Entertainment on the die. It does not say anywhere on the PlayStation 5's chip AMD. AMD is not mentioned anywhere on the SoC for the PS5, even though they co-developed it. So Sony's the one who's buying those chips from TSMC. Likewise, Microsoft for Xbox. So any sort of PlayStation 5 Pro would most likely either be Zen 2, if not Zen 3. You finally picked up the 7950X 3D. It just took 3. Wow. Wow. Wow, that was long. Did you have to go to the... What was the one? It was the one in Georgia, right? That we looked at. There was one of them that had like 2 or something. Unless you had to go out of state or something for one of those. Yeah, I can tell you, it's a very nice CPU if you're going to stream for a very, very long session. It doesn't generate a lot of heat. Let's put it that way. And I like when my CPUs don't heat up my room. Because the graphics, like if I'm playing a game, the graphics card will generate the heat. But, you know, if the CPU uses 200, 300 watts, that's just more power being thrown into the room. Wow. They sold out and ended up going to Ohio. 5700X on the PS5 Pro for a CPU, though. Yeah, it doesn't really need to be, though. The thing is, like, the GPU... On the consoles, the GPU makes way more of a difference than the CPU. Unless you're talking, like, you know, some unoptimized game that ends up being very CPU bound. But typically the consoles don't really have that problem, although the old Jaguar ones were always a CPU bottleneck for those consoles. The weather, I mean, it was raining earlier, but it's all quiet now. But yeah, like, PS5 is what, like a 3700X? So the new one would be like a 5700X. Assuming it's Zen 3. If they even do that. I don't know. I kind of wonder, like, do they need to do a hardware refresh? Do they need to do a mid-cycle upgrade for these consoles? Oh, man, that's so cold. I think it was like double that today. I think it was like 80 degrees or something. Anyway, I think that's all I had. Wow, I ended up doing the whole GPU timeline thing. This is not the first time I've done this. I know I've seen a picture, like I've drawn this out before. I've told a similar story, but I think this one was a kind of a different reason. But yeah, it would be nice to have more than one, like, top... Well, I mean, technically, I don't know. It depends on how you look at it. Like, the reason why I feel like this generation is not as interesting as the last generation is because in the last generation, you actually had parity between NVIDIA and AMD in terms of you had a 6900 XT, which was very, very close to a 3090. In fact, it's literally the same as a 3080 Ti. So you actually had, like, across the entire product stack, you had product parity between both companies, like, for the first time in like a decade. So that was kind of cool to see. You don't really see, I mean, you kind of have that here, but I feel like this new generation is like a return to 2015. It feels very, well, no, it doesn't feel like that, because the 980 Ti and the Fury X were closer together than the XTX and the 4090. I feel like this is more of like a return to the 1080 Ti and the Vega 64 year. Yeah, this feels kind of like this time again, unfortunately. Because, I mean, because the 1080 Ti is like 20, well, maybe not that bad. Maybe not that bad. Because realistically, at lower resolutions, like the gap between the XTX and the 4090 is less. But at 4K, where these two GPUs actually make sense, the gap is wider. Like, the gap is more closer to like 20% between the two of them at 4K. But at 1440 and 1080, the gap is like, you know, more like 10, 12%. So that does kind of make it more like, I guess, 2015 all over again. Sort of. I don't know. Which is more disappointing than like this, because this was very much like, you know, this era where AMD and Nvidia were pretty much the same. Whereas now, but the reason why this one was so competitive was you have to also remember two things. Like, Nvidia was better at RT, but AMD was more energy efficient with the TSMC node. So the Nvidia cards use a lot of electricity and it heats up your room really bad, especially with RT running, whereas these really didn't. But obviously these didn't really perform that well in RT. So, but yeah, like that's the reason why like Zen 3 or like 2020, like RTX 30 and RDNA 2 are probably going to go down in history as like the time where Nvidia and AMD were actually kind of equal. Like Nvidia had the inferior node, but it had faster RT, but AMD had the more energy efficient node. And actually, if you start really digging in to the results, in the rasterization results, the AMD one, like the 6800 XT, most of the time was faster than the 3080 in pure rasterization, while being a lot more energy efficient. So yeah, they were super competitive in that era. Nvidia cards even flickered your house lights. Well, yeah, if you started like overclocking them, yeah, they definitely did that. Well, and that was also the time when like you had to upgrade your power supply, because the power supply was like tripping OCP and like shutting off your entire computer, because these GPUs had like terrible transient spikes and stuff. So, I mean, the AMD ones had bad transients too, but the AMD ones have always had bad transient spikes, going as far back as like the Vega 64 days. So, it's more like the difference between 2080 Ti and 5700 XT. Is it? Is it really that different in price, though? I don't know about that, because the price isn't that far apart. The problem with the 5700 XT and the 2080 Ti was the price. The price between them was so different. We're talking $1,200 versus like $400. Like, think about that for a second. Think about that for a second. The 2080 Ti was priced like a 3080 Ti, but the 5700 XT was priced like a 3060 Ti. So there's such a massive gap in price between those two. Like, that's more of a gap than like the 4090's price and the XTX's price, to the point where it's like, I don't know. I think... Is the 2080 Ti really 20% faster than the... Do we need to do the tech power up thing? Do we need to pull up tech power up again? I think this is probably going to be the last thing. Then I really probably need to end the stream, because I've gone way over again. I need to stop saying I'm going to end the stream, and then I end up talking for like another hour, because we're now like over 4 hours, so we do need to end the stream. Let me bring up the... where is that thing? 5700 XT. Wait, why is it... Oh. Okay, so this thing... And now, granted, we're only using tech power-ups numbers, so these aren't really that... they're not like the be-all, end-all. See, no. See, look. If we go off a tech power-up, the difference between the 5700 XT and the 2080 Ti is like 37. Yeah, no. They're not. That's not even close. Like, this is way more of a gap. That's a way larger gap than the XTX and the 4090. The XTX and the 4090 are like 20. See, so and this is like 4K is what this is doing. So yeah, those two are closer. XTX and 4090 are closer together than 5700 XT, which is really weird. Oh, you know what? You know what, Joel? You might actually be right, because what Tech Power Up fails to show in this chart is like how the cards improve over time. Because this card is actually more like a 1080 Ti today. So it's like it's gained like 7%. So in fact, it's actually kind of a lot like this card, in some things. So it's hard to say. Like, just using Tech Power Up is not like an absolute thing, but it's kind of in the ballpark though. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I think those two are more further apart than the 4090 and the XTX. I think those two are closer. So anyway, that's probably going to be it for this stream. It's interesting to see like how the viewers... So my viewers, I'm just looking at my concurrent viewers. We have way less viewers than we had earlier, which tells you that people are starting to go to bed. That's a big hill to climb for AMD if they want to be respected by more people that have to come within 5% of that. This is the way. Yeah, and that's not an easy thing to do. I mean, as this timeline kind of shows. So wow, 4 a.m. Oh wow. Wow, are you in? You're in Brazil. Wait a minute. How is Brazil that many hours ahead? That's so far ahead. $2 a.m.? Wait. What? 2 a.m. It isn't 2 a.m. on the East Coast. I mean, it's almost 2 a.m. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. You guys, wow. Okay, man. Okay, I need to end the stream then. Wow, it's like super late. AMD improved OpenGL drivers big time in recent drivers. Yeah. Okay, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do about Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy's become like a podcast meme stream now. I don't know how I'm gonna finish that game, honestly. So the next time I'm gonna be live, it's gonna be Wolong Fallen Dynasty, and that's the type of game that requires way more attention while playing. I can't just be casually talking while playing Wolong, because that game's actually a pretty hard game. So that's gonna be the next stream. I'm trying to think if it's gonna be tomorrow or Saturday. But yeah, so the next stream is gonna be Wolong. I'm gonna try to finish Wolong in like within a week. So that's kind of a tall order because that's a hard game, but it's not a super long game. I feel like Hogwarts Legacy is a much longer game story-wise. So I'm going to the goal is to finish that game, finish Wolong before Fatal Frame, which I think is like Wednesday. Let me see. Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. Fatal Frame. Why is it not? Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse is going to be March 8th. So it's coming out in 5 days. So that's going to be Wednesday. So there's going to be a lot of like... if you don't like scary games, it's probably going to be hard to watch the stream. Well, I mean, it's just going to be me talking most of the time. But if you like watching people play really, really scary games blind for the first time, because this is the only Fatal Frame game that I have never played. So because you had to have a Nintendo Wii, and you had to have either a modded Nintendo Wii or you had to have a Japanese Wii, or I guess a Wii U. I think it works on the Wii U. But yeah, this is probably gonna be like way scarier than Resident Evil 4 or Resident Evil Village. So if you don't like those type of games, then I don't know what I can tell you. Do I get startled easily? It depends. I don't know. Like, the thing is, I've played Fatal Frame. Like, I've played Fatal Frame 2 and 5 so many times, including on the highest difficulty level, to the point where, I don't know. I'm used to Fatal Frame as a genre, but I know to some people, it can be very terrifying to watch, because it's scarier than Silent Hill and Resident Evil. Like, I've heard a lot of people tell me that. So I'm just letting you guys know ahead of time. If you don't like games like Silent Hill, Resident Evil, you know, that genre, then those live streams coming up next week, in the latter half of next week, and the following weekend, if I don't finish the game by then, are going to be a lot harder to watch for people that are scared of that type of stuff. But anyway, I'm just letting you guys know ahead of time. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna, like, that, like, Wolong has priority over Hogwarts now, so I'm definitely gonna be streaming Wolong, and then Fatal Frame has priority over Wolong. So regardless of whether I finish Wolong ahead of time or not, like, Fatal Frame will take priority over both of those games until it's done, and then depending on what happens with, like, what I decide to do with Resident Evil 4, I may or may not cover Resident Evil 4. It wasn't in my original plans, but we'll see. Like, if Fatal Frame is a relatively successful stream, because it's kind of going to be unique, then maybe I'll cover Resident Evil 4. So anyway, guys, that's going to be it for just letting you know ahead of time what's coming down the schedule for the stream schedule. And I typically stream, for those that are new to the channel, I typically try to stream Thursday evenings, North America time. Otherwise, I will also stream, like, when there's a new product launch or, like, a new game release that I'm actually interested in. So, like, AKA, you know, Wolong tomorrow and Fatal Frame next week. So, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Once again, thank you, everybody, for watching. I guess, yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Thanks.